Hello guys, welcome back to another video. So today we'll be doing Ultimate Front-End Coding Marathon. We're going to build 5 awesome projects using nothing but HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. From simple UI tricks to fully interactive apps, we'll go step by step writing every line of code together. Whether you're just complete beginner or brushing up your skills, by end of this video you'll have 5 fully working projects that you can add to your portfolio. So grab a coffee, open your code editor, and let's dive in. So this will be a mini project that will basically search any GitHub profile and show a lot of information like number of repositories, branches, and etc. Right? I cannot speak. Okay, I'm stuttering a lot. Okay, putting that aside, let's actually start our project. So what I'm going to do is, obviously, since we're using HTML, we'll be making HTML index.html. We'll make a style.css and also make a script.js because we'll also be using JavaScript because we need to fetch APIs, right? So here what I'm going to do is first make our HTML boilerplate, and inside this I'm just going to type GitHub profile searcher, just like that, boom. And also gonna link my CSS file. Also gonna link my JavaScript file, just like that. So after that, what I'm gonna do is make a div. So this will be our main container. What I'm gonna do is write container, just like that. And inside this, I'm just gonna write header. This will be our header tag, right? Not header tag, those basically be our div for header. So inside this, what I'm going to do is make an h1 tag that will basically say GitHub profile viewer, and I'm also going to add a emoji right there, just like that, to make it look more cleaner. And after that, I'm going to give a paragraph tag saying discover. This will be a by default text saying GitHub profiles and their stats. There you go. So after this, what I'm going to do is make another div saying search container. Also, what I'm going to do is press go live. Actually forgot you need to do that. And what I'm going to do is do that, boom. So that way we have our GitHub profile page. I don't know why it opened twice, which is weird, but that's fine. That way you can actually see what's happening, and I'm going to close that. So that's kind of full screen set. After that, what I'm going to do is type that. So this will be a search container. So this will be the search button you see, right? And what I'm going to do is make another div inside saying search wrapper. So this will basically just wrap everything. And here what I'm going to do is paste an image. This is an SVG file, just like that. There you go. This is a search image. What I can also do is go to Font Awesome. I'm not going to do it, but you can also do, what you can do is just go to Font Awesome and just take the icons, right? That's simple. So after this, what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to put an input tag saying text, and I'm just going to cut everything here. And here I'm going to give a class saying search input, and saying placeholder will be enter GitHub username, just like that. Pretty much simple. And also give a ID of username input, just like that. Pretty simple, huh? It's pretty simple, and it's not like rocket science, you know. Very simple. And after that is a button. So I'm gonna give a button saying search. So this will basically be our search button, right? And this will have a class of search btn, which again, this button, right? An ID, I'm just gonna give it search button. There you go. Now after this, So after this, what I'm going to do is give a div, another div after the search container div right here. I'm going to make another div that will have a class of loading and a ID of loading. There we go. And also give a div for, let's say, spinner. This will basically be a spinner, and also give a, this will basically be the thing that says just fetching GitHub profile, just saying loading in if the API call is kind of delayed or it's slow. This will basically be a loading loading div, basically shows just loading, right? Nothing new here. I'm just gonna say profile picture. Okay, not profile picture, GitHub profile. Okay, I've been making a lot of clones and kind of messing with my brain right now. So this will have a class of error and also ID of error. Boom. And I'll give an h3 tag, not h3 tag, saying user not found. You can also use a emoji, which I'm gonna do. You can also use icons if you want, same thing, but I think it looks more professional in my opinion. But I just don't want to bother myself. I know it's like one line thing, but I'm too lazy for that, honestly. So this right here, this is the error if the GitHub user is not found. So this is the error message that will get showed to the user if the GitHub profile the user search does not exist. So what I'm going to do is just say the GitHub prof user does not, I can't type, okay, it does not exist, or the profile is private. Please check the username once again. There we go, that's there. And after this div is the profile card div. So this is the actual profile card div that user will see, right? For all of the profiles. What I'm gonna do is make a div saying profile card and also have a ID of profile card. Since we'll also be using CSS here, it can take normal, but to be fair, the HTML is not too long, so it should be fine. So here what I'm going to do is inside this, I'm also going to make another div saying profile header. So inside this, what I'm going to do is make an image tag, right? And this will basically be the image of the profile, right? Or profile picture. I'm just going to type profile avatar. Have an ID of avatar. Also have a alt saying profile avatar. There we go. This is our thing. So next is another div. I'm gonna make another div saying profile info. So this is all the information about the user. So the things that we will include in the profile is, the first one is the name, of course, right? What I'm gonna do is make an h2 tag saying name here, and I'm just gonna put something like class. I'm gonna have a class profile name. Hopefully I don't mess up any spellings or it will just be a complete disaster. And also give an ID of name. There we go. And under this, I'm going to make another div with a class of profile username and also with an ID of username. There you go. And also make another div. So this will be the div for an image. And it should be pretty simple. Here what I'm going to do is make a div first. Think profile location will be the location. And also give a ID saying location container. There we go. Now inside this, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to style it directly from here saying display none. So this will not be shown. This div will not be shown, right? Makes sense? Makes sense. Easy. And inside this div, what I'm going to do is give a path to an SVG file. So it will basically be an SVG. To show you what is this, to show you what SVG it is, I'm just going to basically cut this, save that. This will be a location. There you go. You're going to display none, so that will disappear. I'll also give a span saying nothing, because we will use it from JavaScript to actually dynamically change it, so it should be fine. I'm just going to give the ID to a location, and these should be good. Now that's it for the profile header div. Now under this is our stats. So all of our stats will just be shown in a window format. So since it will just be a 4x4, not 4x4, 2x2, we'll be using grid. So what I'm going to do is just say that this div is called stats grid. We'll be using grid to actually style this one, so don't worry about that. And inside this, what I'm going to do is just say stat item. So this will basically be the same thing, but it will have different information inside it. And inside this, I'm going to make two divs, but I'm gonna make it individual because they have quite a different values. So first one is div that will have a class of stat value, and inside this will be ID and repos. So it'll basically be the amount of repos or repositories the actual user has pushed, right? Another is the label. So I'm just gonna say like stat label. This will basically say that this is repositories. This will basically be a text, right? And here what I'm going to do is just say repositories, just like that, boom. And now what I can do is just copy paste this 4 times. This is 1 time already, 2, 3, 4, boom. And that should be it. Now only thing I have to change is the ID, because again, as I teach you in our HTML series, IDs cannot be duplicated. I mean, it's not you cannot duplicate it, you can. It will just basically apply the same CSS property. But ID is something you'll just basically use to have a unique CSS property. So these should be different, right? I'm just going to take the second one will be followers, basically say how many followers the actual GitHub user has. And next is following, which again shows how many people he has followed in GitHub. And the last one is gist. There we go. And now by default everything will be 0, but I will change these to followers and this to followings, or following. I mean, doesn't really matter, it's the same thing. And last one, I'm just gonna say gist. Boom. With that said, we are done here. Now I'm just gonna say that, and under this we'll make our last div. So this is a profile links. So if you click on the profile, it will basically take you to the actual GitHub profile in GitHub, right? I'm just gonna do profile links. There we go. This will basically be a div that will basically wrap the profile links. So here what I'm gonna do is just use an anchor tag that will basically take us to nowhere. Now what I'm gonna do is say a class of profile link to style it just like that. And next is ID, which will basically be profile link. And I'm just gonna say target blank. We'll basically open it in a new tab. And inside this anchor tag, I'm gonna put an SVG tab. SVG, just like that. This will basically be the GitHub logo. And we'll just say view on GitHub. Kind of weird how the normal HTML looks so much worse, and once you start it, it will just look so much better. It's kind of, sometimes it's like it's a good reality, but like it's kind of funny when you think about it, you know what I mean? Now next is the second anchor tag. What I'm going to do is just copy this and just paste it like that. Now what I'm going to do is this will have the same class, but obviously will have a different ID. So I'm just going to say blog link. This will basically be the blog link. And by default, what I'm going to do is set the style to display none, because I don't want it to, you know, be displayed. by default. I will change it using CSS, not CSS, using JavaScript. Now also I'm just gonna change the SVG. If you want to see what that is, then I'll just comment that, not comment, but I'll cut this. That'll basically be the blog icon. There we go, boom. Now I'm just gonna see visit blog, just like that. Now that should conclude our thing. So that's our HTML structure. Now let's move on to CSS and let's style this bad boy, right? Now obviously the first thing that anyone has to do is set the margin to 0 and also padding to 0. Make sense? Makes sense. Now next is box sizing. I'm just gonna put it to border box. That's the same thing that we do every single time when we use CSS, right? Now next is body. What I'm gonna do is set the font family to probably like Inter maybe. But I'm not sure if I have Inter for the, I think it should be by default. Yeah, it should be by default. What I'm gonna do is just say Inter. And also put, I can find the, I just can't find it. Oops. So next is, I'm just gonna say Apple system. Boom. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'll just put the things that I need, right? I don't need system UI. I need that, and also I need Roboto. And I don't need any of these except sans serif. There we go. That's the thing. I'm just gonna push it more so you guys can actually see what I actually wrote, but it should be fine. Like that, boom. Now that's the thing that for the font family. Next is background, right? So for background, what I'm gonna do is set it a linear gradient, and this will be 135 degrees, right? And it will be from the first color that we'll use is kind of black, so what I'm going to do is 0D 3 times 11, and boom. So this is the color, and this will be used for 0%, like that. And also the next color we're going to use is 21262D for 50%, like that. And also give 161. We'll be using 3 colors, so yeah, that will be 100%. So this is kind of what GitHub theme looks like, right? So I actually went ahead and did that. I'm gonna give a min height of 100 VH, and also give a padding of 20 pixels, and also give a color of for text color, it also has to look similar to GitHub text color. I'm going to use E6, ED, and F3. There we go. Kind of close to black, but it's not black. It kind of looks like perfect white, but not close, this close to white, right? Now next is the container. So what I'm going to do is do dot container like that, and give a max width of 700 pixels, and also give a margin of 0 auto, and also give a padding top 40 pixel. There we go. That's all the style that we'll give to container. Next is header. And header, I'm also gonna give text align will be center, and also give a margin bottom of 40 pixels. What I'm gonna do is scroll up so you can actually see. Now next is header, but inside header we're styling the h1 tag. What I'm gonna do is just do font size. I'm just gonna put it 2.5 rem. Give a font weight 700. Also give a margin bottom of 8 pixels. Also give a background, and this will also again be a linear gradient for 45 degrees at f7 a166, and also give 58 e6. There we go. Looks cool, right? And next we're going to use WebKit. What I'm going to do is just do WebKit, and I'm just going to give background clip to text. I also put WebKit, like text fill color true transparent. There we go. Now as you can see, the color is that. Kind of looks cool, right? Next is background clip. What I'm going to do is do background clip to, I'm just going to set it to text. There we go. Now next is the header, but this time we'll be using for paragraph tag. Like that. I'm just going to put the font size to 1.1 rem. What the oops. Also give a opacity of 0.8. Also give font weight of 300. There we go. Looks cool. Now you have to style that. Now for the search, first we'll style the search container. Then we'll style the rest of the things. So for that, what I'm going to do is do position relative. What I'm going to do is just do position relative, and also give a margin bottom of 13, because if you don't give margin bottom, a lot of things will happen. Just understand that, I guess. There we go. Hopefully I didn't mess up anything here. Where's the search container? There we go. I don't think I messed up. That's good. Boom. Now next is search wrapper, right? What I'm going to do is do search wrapper. Inside this, I'm just going to set the position to relative, and also give display flex, and align items will be set to center. There we go. It looks very weird. Don't worry. We just need to style this and we should be fine. Now next is the input. So for the search input, what I'm gonna do is give the width to 100%. Also give the padding to 18 pixels, 24 pixels, 18 pixels, and 50 pixels. There we go. Also give a font size of 1.1 rem. And also give a border of 2 pixels, solid 3036 and 3D, and close to gray. There we go. And also give a border radius of 16 pixels, and also give a background of 21, 26, and 2D. It's like that. It like kind of looks cool now. Next is color. So color, we'll just use the same one that we used for that, just like that. Boom. And here what I'm going to do is also give an outline of none, because it does look kind of weird, but this white thing right here, that's the outline. I don't want that, so I'm just going to put the outline none. Now that should fix that. There we go. Now for the search input focus, right? What I'm going to do is have few things, right? The first is the search input. I'm going to use the pseudo search input. I'm going to do the pseudo focus, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a border. So for border, I'm just going to give 5, 8, E6, and E5, kind of close to blue. So if I do that, that will be blue, which kind of looks cool. And that's like suit the theme. Now next thing I'm going to give is the box shadow. So it kind of gives a lifting effect. I'm gonna give box shadow, no sizing, box shadow. Here, what I'm gonna do is give 0, 0, 0, and 3 pixels. Using RGBA, what I'm gonna do is do 88, 166, 255, and opacity will be that much. There we go. As you can see, it kind of gives a lifting vibe and kind of, looks cool. I cannot describe that. It just looks cool. There we go. Now for the translate, I'm also gonna transform at not X, actually Y, because again, it again gives a lifted vibe. If I do that, here we go. You can see that. Now it's kind of instant, right? What I can do is kind of give a transition effect using transition property, saying all 0.3 seconds and transition will be ease. Now if I do that, now it'll have a slow lifting effect. There we go. Now next thing is the input for the placeholder, right? What I'm gonna do is again do input focus, but instead of that, I'm just gonna do placeholder. I don't think I can do that. I think I have to pay twice. Placeholder. There we go. I'm just gonna change the color of the placeholder to B. I'm just gonna put 7D85 and 90. If I do that, it will change. That's my GitHub. There we go. Look cool. Now for the search icon, right? What I'm gonna do is do search icon. I want to make sure if I gave the class as search icon, I did. That's good. I thought I forgot to, which could have been a disaster because it will literally not, use. I'm gonna do position absolute and also give a left of 18 pixels and give a width of 20 pixels, also height of 20 pixels, and also give an opacity of 0.6. Boom. It does look pretty cool. Why is it? Now, if we click on that, it looks cool. I don't get why it's disappearing though, but oh, okay, that's fine. Well, because we are lifting, we are translating that. So I think that's disappearing because of that, but it's fine. Now next is search button. So I need to style the search button. What I'm gonna do is just do search button. I'm just gonna call the class, put it to position absolute, and give a right of 8 pixels and give a padding of 10 pixels and 20 pixels. Also give background as linear gradient of 45 degrees with a couple of the similar colors that we have seen. Probably same as this. Probably copy this entire thing and be done because it's like the same thing. Here I'm just gonna copy that, paste there. Now next thing I need to do is do border. You guys can't see because of the emit. I'm just gonna do none. I don't want any borders. Now next thing I want to do is give border radius. So the border radius will be 10 pixels. Let's say, yeah, 10 pixels. Color will be white, and I'm gonna give the font weight to 600 while also giving a cursor of pointer. Also give transition this time, saying all 0.3, just same seconds with ease. Just like that. Now for the search button hover, what I'm going to do is just transform. That's to translate at -1 while hovering. Also give a box shadow of 0, 4 pixels, 15 pixels, and RGBA of the same thing, same settings. And if I do that, and I will lift a little bit, just like that. There we go. There you go. It will lift a little bit. And we are good. Next is for the loading. So what I'm going to do is call loading. Do display none because I don't want to see the loading. And text align, what I'm going to do is do center. Also give margin to 30 pixels and 0. There we go. And also give a spinner and give width of 40 pixels. And also give a height of 40 pixels. Also give a border, not border, of 3 pixels, solid 30, 36, the same thing. Also give a border top of 3 pixels, solid, that color, kind of blue. And also give border radius to 50% because I want it to be a perfect circle, obviously. Also give an animation of spin 1 second linear infinite. There we go. Basically, it will just spin. And margin, I'm just going to give 0 auto 15 pixels, just like that. Now is for the keyframes, right? We have used an animation. We also have to use keyframes. What I'm going to do is give keyframes, and I'll set that to spin, obviously, because we are timing this spin. And inside this, what I'm going to do is at 0%, what I'm going to do is transform. I'm going to do rotate, and it will be for the degrees. And at 100%, what I'm going to do is do transform, rotate 360. So we're basically saying to rotate from 0 degree at 0% to 360 degrees at 100%. Boom. That's how you use keyframes, guys. Next is for profile card divs, right? If you're wondering why we didn't style this one right here, the user not found div, we'll be doing it in a bit, so don't worry. Okay, just think, why didn't you do that first? It's literally first. Just calm down. Just calm down. Okay. And just now, I'm just gonna do the background. I'm just gonna for the actual profile div. What I'm gonna do is give, let's say 30, 33, 30. 8 and also give 45 and just do 0.8. There we go. Now for the backdrop filter, I'm just gonna do blur at 20 pixels. Also do border, I'm just gonna give 1 pixel, solid, and do 30, 36. Also do 3D, and there we go. And for the border radius, I'm going to give 20 pixels. There we go. And here what I'm going to do is also give a padding because it kind of looks weird, honestly. And just do, let's say 32 pixels. Boom, there we go. And for next is I'm just going to give a box shadow. And this will be just 220 pixels, 60 pixels, and RGBA will be 0, 0, 0, 0.3. There we go. Now next is transform. I'm just gonna translate that to Y. Add 20 pixels, and also give an opacity of 0 because we have to, this is something that you see after a thing, right? I'm going to give opacity 0. I'm just going to put the transition to 0.6 second. We are basically just changing the opacity when the user searches, right? Pretty cool. Now what I'm just going to do is display none. There we go. Boom. And also set the display to visible. And now next is the profile card dot show. Now, if we trigger this, which will basically be changing the class. So transform, what I'm going to do is translate, add y, I'm just going to set it to 0, just like that. And I'm going to set the opacity to 1 and display to block. If we trigger this one. Cool. Also do profile. The next is profile header. I'm gonna style it to display flex. And also give a line item center. So for now, what I'm gonna do is comment this out and also set this to 1. Oops, I'm not supposed to do that. Oh, okay. Set to 0, just comment that part out so you can actually see. We'll basically change it in a bit, so I need to see it for styling it. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a margin bottom here. I'm gonna give a margin bottom of how much pixels? Let's say 24 pixels, and also give a gap of 20 pixels. There we go. We're basically saying display flex here. Now, the thing I need to do after this is for the profile avatar. So I'm just gonna do profile avatar and give a width of 100 pixels, of height 100 pixels. Also give a border radius of 50%. Give a border of 3 pixels solid of this color right here. Also gonna give a box shadow of 0, 8 pixels, and 25 pixels. Give a RGBA. 88. I think I have the this is the same thing. This time I'm just gonna change the opacity that much. Boom. The next thing I need to do is also give a transition. And for transition, I'm just gonna give it transform 0.3 seconds at ease. There you go. Now for profile avatar, I'll quickly see if that's working. I'm gonna see that by doing image avatar. Yep, there we go. Profile header. And also gonna do the profile avatar. Give me a second, guys. For the profile avatar, I'm just gonna set it to that, and we should be good. So here, what I'm gonna do, give me a second. So here, what I did was, wait, what? Oh, okay, so, oops. There we go. I was saying why it didn't work. So I was like, I put the thing, but it didn't load. So that's the actual problem. I misspelled. Here should be source. Here should be class. I'm sorry, not source. So that's our thing, just like that. Okay, small mistake there. Now after this, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the hover. I'm just gonna copy that and let's do hover. Let's do transform. Transform, I'm just gonna do scale. I'm just gonna scale it 0.5 times it hovering. There we go. That looks cool, right? And here what I'm gonna do is also give a profile info. I'm gonna do flex1. There we go. Now next is the all of our things. So I'm gonna do is the first one is we're gonna use profile name. I'm going to do font size. I'm going to do 1.8 rem. Next is font weight. I'm going to put it 700. There we go. Also give margin bottom to, let's say, 4 pixels, and also give colors to E6, ED, and F3. Now here I haven't put any name in profile, which again you can probably do it. Let's say Coden. As you can see, it will just appear right there, but I'm just not gonna do it. Now next thing I have to do is change is the profile bio, which will sit right under that. I'm just gonna do 78590. I was gonna put a line height of 1.5. Also give a margin bottom of 16 pixels. There we go. Now next thing I do is the profile location. So again, I've set the profile location to display none, so it's not showing. I was gonna do a basic CSS saying display flex. Also do align item center, and also do color. I'm just gonna do the same one as that one right there. Also give the font size, font size 0.95 rem. There we go. Now next is the icon. So what I'm gonna do is icon, location icon. I'm double checking if I actually gave the SVG a class. Location icon, there we go, I did. Also give a width of 16 pixels. Also give a height of 16 pixels. Also give a margin right of 8 pixels. There we go. Now next is the stats grid. So this is the actual grid that we will style, and with that, I think with few responsive designs and few responsive styling, we should be done with CSS. Now what I'm going to do is start with stats grid. I'm going to do display grid, right? Now we'll make it a grid and do grid template columns. I'm going to do repeat auto fit. And just do min max to 150 pixels to 1 fraction. There we go. Boom. Now next is gap. I'm gonna do 16 pixels and also do margin top to 24 pixels. There we go. Looks cool. Now next is the stat item, the individual item, right? And make the background to RGBA. Now for the profile, what I'm going to do is RGBA. What I'm going to do is 48, 54, 61, and 0.5 as opacity. There we go. I'm going to give a border. Now border radius border 1 pixel solid 3.0.363D, just like that. Also gonna give a border radius of 12 pixels and also give a padding because it looks horrible right now. There we go, it looks nice now. You can give padding of that, and also text align and do center. I want it to be exactly at center. Also do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease, and also give position to relative, and also do overflow hidden. There you go. Now for the stat item hover, what I'm going to do, I'll just stat item hover. What I'm going to do is first, actually, I'm going to put stat item before, like that. And do content. Inside the content will be none, right? It's going to do position to absolute. I'll also put to top. I'm going to top to 0. and also give left 0, right 0. There we go. Also give a height of 3 pixels. There we go. Now, next is the background. What I'm going to do is, again, I'm just going to put a linear gradient on the same. If we can change linear gradient, I'm just going to do 45 degrees. Like, I don't remember the last time we used that. There we go. The same thing, right, like before, so I'm just going to copy paste. There we go. Right, the same thing. Now I'm just gonna do transform. I'm gonna do scale x 0, right? And also do transition transform 0.3 ease. There we go. Now next is for the hover, right? What I'm gonna do is do for hover. I'm just gonna do transform translate y. I'm just gonna translate a little bit upwards, saying negative 2 pixels. Also give a border color of same thing right there. There we go. Looks cool. Right, let's go. Now next thing we can actually do is give the thing. So here what I'm going to do is also give the stat item before. I'm going to give a hover. And also give before. What I'm going to do is do transform and scale x. I'm just going to do 1. There we go. There we go. Now that is the thing that I want to achieve. Kind of looks neat, right? There we go. What I'm going to do here is the stat value. So the actual values, right? I'm just going to do font size to 1.8 rem. And give the font weight to 700. Also give a color of E, same thing, and also give a margin bottom of 4 pixels. Okay, there we go. Now for the stat label, what I'm going to do is give a color of this and also give a font size of 0.9 rem. And also give a text transform. Let's transform the text to uppercase. There we go. And also give a letter spacing to 0.5 pixels. There we go. Now next is profile links. We'll do display flex. I'm just going to give a gap of 12 pixels. Also give a margin top of 24 pixels. Also doing flex wrap to wrap. There we go. Now for the actual profile link. What I'm going to do here is do display inline flex, right? I'm going to display inline flex. I'm just going to do align items to center, right? And also do padding to 10 pixels and 16 pixels. Also going to give a background to RGBA and with the same one as this one right there. Also give a border of 1 pixel solid blue. This kind of looks blue, right? The next is border radius. I'm just going to give it 8 pixels. It has rounded corners. Also give a color of the same color right there, and also give a text decoration of 8 pixels. And also give now font size. I'm also gonna give a font size obviously to 0.5 rem, and also give a font weight of 500. And also give a transition. Set it to, obviously, as always, I'm just gonna set to all 0.3, and there we go. That will take me to nowhere, obviously. And also give probably a gap too. Gap, I'm just gonna do 5 pixels. There you go. View on GitHub. That looks cool, right? That's what I'm trying to do. There we go. So next is what I'm gonna do is for the profile link hover. What I'm gonna do is probably give a background of that, and also give a color of white. Also give transform to translate y and -1. There you go. Now for the link icon, right? What I'm going to do is do link icon. I'm going to give a width of 16 pixels. I'm also going to give a height of 16 pixels. And I'm also going to give a margin right of 8 pixels. There we go. View on GitHub. I'm also going to give a error. So now we'll actually style our error. So this thing right there. Right. What I'm gonna do is here. What I'm gonna do is also, I think the first thing I need to do is just change the thing. So I remember changing. Did I make it? Yeah. So I'm just gonna change. Let's check that to that, because since we have already styled our profile, we don't need. So now for the errors, right? What I'm gonna do is give a background of RGBA. So this will be a 248 129 and 102, and this will be just 0.1. There we go, just like that. Our next is border. What I'm going to do is just give solid orange, just like that. That looks orange. So border radius, I'm just going to give 16 pixels. Also going to do padding. I'm just going to give 16 pixels. I'm going to do text align center. I'm also going to give a color, the same color right there. And I'm going to do display none. I'm going to comment it for now, because this does not make sense. Now for the error show, right? That is a styling for if they are not found, the user not found. So I'm just gonna do error show. I'm just gonna change that to block, and also do a animation. So here, this animation will be fade in, and just do 0.5 seconds, and just set that to ease. Now I have to time it using keyframes. I'm going to use keyframes and just choose my, let's say for what, I'm just going to use it for fade in. I'm going to do from opacity, I'm just going to do 0, and also do transform. I'm going to do translate at y 10 pixels and 2. But what it is fading in from, I have to change it to 2. So I'm just going to do opacity to 1. I'm going to do transform. I'm just going to do translate to 0. There we go. So what I'm going to do is here, that will be that. I'm just going to set that to none now. Now that's our GitHub for now, right? Without any JavaScript. Now, last thing I have to do is actually do just a minor, for responsiveness. I'm just gonna do a few stuff, not too fancy. I'm just gonna do max width. To be fair, it doesn't need anything fancy, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna change that. Do header. I'm gonna do header h1. just gonna change the size to font size to 2rem. And I'm gonna change the profile header to flex direction will be column, and also do text align center. For the profile card, I'm gonna do padding. We'll set that to 24 pixels. The last thing I'm gonna need to set is the stats grid. I'm gonna set the grid template columns to repeat 2 by 1 fraction. And that's our CSS. I'm just gonna format the document, and that's our CSS. Everything looks fine, and I have to change. Now we'll use the JavaScript. Double checking if actually JavaScript is linked, which, okay, it is, so that's good. Now let's start with JavaScript, right? So first thing, we need to make or call all of our DOM elements. I'm gonna do const username input, do document, what, okay, I was not supposed to do that. Document.get element by ID. We're gonna do user name input. There you go. So next is cursor search button. All right. Now the same thing is that just document dot get element by ID message to search button. There we go. The next is const loading. I'm just gonna do the same thing here, and I'm just gonna change that to loading. The next is for error, and paste that, change that to error. Now next, the last one is profile card. And just do document dot get element by ID. I'm just gonna change that to profile card. There we go. That's all of our DOM elements. I'm gonna just check that. There we go. Now we have to make an async function. Why? Because we're actually making a function that basically does an API call. So if you know anything about JavaScript, API call is an asynchronous operation. So for that, JavaScript needs to have an asynchronous function as well. So this function right here, which basically searches the user, is an asynchronous function. You can also use fetch and then, but I'm just going to use the asynchronous function because making function is easy, right? What I'm going to do is do if. I'm just going to use if username dot trim after trimming the username is not true. That means if it's empty string, the function will just straight up return because it just does not make sense, right? So after this, what I'm going to do is just hide the previous results first, because again, we are doing for the first API call, it will just hide everything. However, if there's another API search, it has to hide the previous search results, right? I'm just going to do previous search results and also do profile card dot class list and just do remove and do show. And error, I'm going to do class list dot remove, the same thing, just do show. And just do loading dot style dot display. I'm just gonna set the loading display to block. There we go. Good enough. Now next is the try. So since we are using asynchronous, we'll just use try and catch. First, I'm gonna store the response that's coming from the GitHub API. I'm gonna await it because this is an async operation or a synchronous operation. I'm using the fetch function to call. I'm gonna use backtick here. And I have a GitHub API here, which is, what am I doing? Okay. That is it api.github/users and slash. I'm just gonna use the string interpolation here saying encode URI component, and I'm just gonna set the username. Boom, that should be fine. Now next, if I'm gonna check if response is not okay. If the response that came from the GitHub API is not okay and it's not 200, then it will basically set inside this. I also want to check the response status. Status. What am I doing? Oh, okay. I was actually going crazy for a second there. Response status is 404. If it's 404, then just throw new error saying user not found. There we go. This is for the it will basically show in console, so if you're just wondering. Now for the else if, I forgot to put condition here. So for the condition, what I'm going to do is the response.status. I'm going to check if it's 403 now. So if it's 403, I'm just going to throw new error saying rate limit exceeded. Right? I'm going to format the document here. Okay. Give me a second, guys. Now here, what's happening here? This is that. The script.js is not working. This. Give me a second, guys. Now next we have to do is check for actually I think that's all of our errors. I'm just gonna do else throw new error. You guys can now see again. If you're wondering why is this thing giving you error, I have to use catch here, but I'm gonna do it in a bit, so don't worry. So here what I'm gonna do is give a backtick and say HTTP error. I'm just gonna log the existing thing, so I'm just gonna do that and do string interpolation saying response.data. I'm gonna log that on the console, and with that I think our thing should be done. Now inside this, what I'm gonna do is do actual fetching. What I'm gonna do, we have already fetched the data, right? I'm gonna do const user.await, and I'm gonna change the response that's coming from JSON, the response to the response, right? It's in JSON, right? That makes sense? Okay, I forgot that. So this right here is a JSON file. I need to change that into JavaScript object. So this right here is basically changing that to a JavaScript object. And inside this, I'm gonna do a few things. And now what I'm gonna do is just copy all of that. I don't think I need to copy. What I'm gonna do is just do document.getElement.id I'm gonna change the avatar. Now I'm just gonna like replace the thing to that. I'm gonna do avatar. Now if I do here, if you guys will see, what I'm gonna do is do const dot console.log. If I console.log the user here, I don't think it will get any data, to be honest. Okay, it's missing the catch. Okay. Actually, I'll show you in a bit, don't worry. But basically, since the JavaScript object, not JavaScript, the JavaScript object, the JSON file, I'm changing the JSON to a JavaScript object. Now here, what I'm doing essentially is just like replacing, just doing DOM manipulation. I'm gonna do avatar.url, right? This is just the avatar. I'm gonna basically do it a couple different times. Let's say, I think I have to change 5 times, so that's one. The next thing is the avatar. Now for the alt, I'm just going to change that to user. I'm just gonna change that to, I'm gonna use a back tag, do some string manipulation, saying user.login avatar. So this is basically name, and this says his avatar, right? Next is name. So what I'm going to do is put name here, and instead of source, you guessed it, I'm just going to put text content. Here what I'm going to do is say user.name, or if that's not this, I'm just going to do user.login. If there is any error finding name, normally there wouldn't be. I'm just doing the very if, right? Now next is username. For username, I'm just going to change the text content. Text content, I'm going to set that to put the back tag. I'm just going to set that and do some string manipulation. I'm just going to say to user.login. There we go. Now the last one I need to set is the bio. So for the bio, I'm just going to change the text content again for user.bio if available, or I'm just going to set that to if there is no bio, no, this user has no bio. There we go. Basically just a small error handling. Now next is for the location, right? What I'm going to do is set const location container. So I'm just going to make a container variable for the location. I'm just going to take the that thing saying location container. Just like that. I'm storing the DOM element in the location container. What I'm going to do is do if user.location. If user.location exists, I'm basically doing document.getElement by ID and putting the location here. I'm basically putting location into the text content of that, saying user.location. There we go. Now next is location.style. Since we have put the container to hidden, right? I misspelled that. Style.display. I'm gonna set that to flex. There we go. Now for the else statement, I'm just gonna set the location container style.display to none. I'm gonna put it that to that. Right, that makes sense. I kind of messed up the spelling here. There we go. Location.container. Now for the stats, right? Now I'm just gonna make a quick comment saying stats here. These are all the information that you see in here. I'm just gonna copy one that has the text content. This one right here doesn't really matter. Now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna cache the ID saying repos, right? I'm gonna change everything here saying user dot public repos to local string. Okay, now what I can do here is paste it a couple different times, just like that. Now I can change that to followers. I'm gonna change that to following, and change that to just come back here and just say instead of public repos, I can just do followers, and instead of public repos here, I can just do following and change that to public just. So that's our DOM manipulation for the stats, right? Now next is for links. So I'm just gonna make a comment for links just like that. I'm gonna put the same thing here, but what I'm gonna do here is change that to profile link. This will not be text content, instead it will be href because we're using the link, basically pasting link, and it'll be user dot HTML URL. There you go. Now for the blog link, right? Now a lot of things I know, but JavaScript is pretty difficult and it's kind of annoying. So next is document dot get element by ID. But JavaScript is very important to learn in web dev, so I highly recommend you start with JavaScript. And if you want to check that out, we have a JavaScript playlist in our channel. If you want to check that out, you can check it out, and it will be on the playlist section of our channel. So if just check it out if you want to. So here what I basically did was just select a DOM element and just store it into this variable and just say if user.blog, if it exists, the blog exists. I'm just going to store the blog URL here in this variable, saying user.blog.stats with HTTP. So I'm just going to checking that here. If this thing returns true, I'm checking if that returns true. If it does, I'm just saying that do this. And what I'm going to do here is do https / and just put the URL. If the URL exists, put the URL and just send it, boys. Just to user.blog, boom, right? And also what I'm going to do here is bloglink.href. I'm going to set the blog URL, right? Just like that, and bloglink.style.display. I'm just going to put it to inline flex, just like that. Else, if it doesn't exist, I'm just gonna set the blockline style to display none. There you go. You don't need semicolons in JavaScript, but it kind of looks cool just seeing semicolons because we are developers, right? So this is the try container. So we're still not done with the style container, by the way, guys. Now next is the loading, right? I'm just gonna do loading.style.display. I'm gonna set that to none now. If it's already loaded, then putting that does not make sense. I'm gonna do a set timeout, and that will run this function saying profile card dot class list. The profile card class list will add the show, so it will basically show our profile card, right? And here I'm just gonna delay that by 100 milliseconds because it should be relatively quick, you know. Now that is for our try block. Now we just have to just catch a few errors and we're good. Now the first error is the thing, right? What I'm gonna do here first, let me, oh, oops, no, it's not the thing. There we go. I almost messed up. And first I'm just gonna error the normal errors. I'm just gonna do console.error. If there's a search error, just do the search error. Just like that, log that, and also do loading dot style dot display. I'm gonna set that to none. Just like that. Now next is the updating the thing. We also have to add our event listeners. We'll do that in a bit at the last. Now next is for handling error element. Now I have to use the inner HTML to one by one map our things. What I'm going to do is make a variable called inner element, right? And this will basically have the DOM element of the error container or the error message. So inside this, what I'm going to do is do if error dot message dot includes. So basically check if that has that. I'm just going to do rate limit. If that error message has that, then error element dot inner HTML, use a backtick just like that, and use an h3 saying rate limit exceeded like that, and close the h3 tag. Now next is the paragraph tag. What I'm going to do is Github API read limit reached. Please try again in a few minutes. There we go. And close the paragraph tag. And that's our first error message. I'm just going to copy that because I have to actually write that a couple different times. Now for the else if error dot message dot includes failed to fetch. Now if that actually has the failed to fetch thing, what I'm going to do is paste this and just say like how did Copilot come in? What? Connection error. And also log that to unable to connect to GitHub. Please check your internet connection. There we go. That will log that. Now for the else of all of that, I'm just gonna, okay, I just messed up the spelling there, I just realized. Now if it includes anything else, that just means user not found. So I'm just gonna simply say that. Now here what I'm gonna do is say GitHub user was not found. Please check the username again and try again. There we go. There we go. With that said, I'm just gonna say error dot class list dot add, and just gonna add the show With that, the error class list will just be shown, because since it's hidden right now, right? So that's it. Now, the things that I need to do more is the last thing I need to do is just add search event listeners. Next, the first event listeners is the search button, saying add event listener to click. That will call a immediately invoked function. So here, just do search user and get the username input.value. It'll basically call the username. Here, I think I didn't put any parameters. So this username will be passed. This username will be passed through here, and it will basically call that, right? The next thing is I need to put, I'm just going to copy that because I'm too lazy to write things. I'm going to do username input. Instead of click, it will be a key press, right? And that will have the key as the parameter, obviously. And inside this, I'm just gonna wrap this inside a if statement. If key e.key is equal to enter. So if user just presses enter on the input field, it will just basically call this function. And with that said, our thing almost is done. Saying username.input, I'm gonna call it focus, saying focus to load, just like that. Making this input field the more focus to load. And with that said, our thing should be done. Why is there what? Okay, I don't know why that was there, but I think with that said, we should be done. Open that. What happens if when you load, because of this, it will just automatically focus that. Now, with that said, I think we should be done, and we should start we can finally use our GitHub profile viewer. I'm just gonna search my GitHub. Using a found, that's weird. Is API not getting called or something? Fail to fail, resources, text content. Okay, so there's some error going on. So let me try to fix it really quick. Let's see. So here it says that 37, 48, 37. So this right here is getting null. Okay, that's weird. Well, let's check. So I'm just gonna search my GitHub. It says type error, cannot set the properties to text content. Next text content. So what is the problem? Text at 48, not 48, 37. So if we go there, it says that is returning null. So if I go here and go to, oh, okay, so I forgot to make a div for the bio. That makes sense. I think I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. Okay, so that makes sense. I'm gonna do profile bio and give a username bio. So I think it should fix that. Now let's try to call. Okay, there we go. Boom. So there's all of my information there. I don't think I should be showing that, but it should be fine. Now this is our own. You can also view. You can also go to our GitHub, and this is my official GitHub page on here, right? Now this is the project that we made. So today, here we are with another project, and today we'll be doing again something different, but we'll be again doing it in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now today's code is about country info finder, right? So let's start the actual code. So first I've already made index.html and CSS and JavaScript file. Now we'll just use it. So before, I'm just gonna do that, make a quick boilerplate and change the title to country info finder, just like that, and actually press the go live. And here what I'm gonna do is put that here, and we should be good. Now let's actually start, making our HTML file, or, coding our HTML file. So here what I'm gonna do here is make a div thing container. This will basically store entire, thing. So here what I'm going to do is also make another div with a class header, and inside this I'm going to make a h1 tag saying country info finder, just like that. And it will basically be the actual title. I'm also going to include a this is a earth emoji, and also have a p tag saying discover information about any country in the world. So this will be like that. So that is right there. After this, I'm just gonna make another div that says search container. So this will basically be our container that you can use to search any, any country. So what I'm gonna do here, this will be a type text. And I'll just change a couple different things. That is, I'm not gonna have a name because it's kind of useless. I will have an ID that is for the JavaScript to just, call the DOM. And that's it. It will also have a class of search input, I guess, and also have a placeholder of enter a country name. We can probably put anything and be good, but I'll put it like that. There we go. And under this, what I'm going to do is also make another div with a class of suggestions. Now, here's the deal. We also have to also have a ID of suggestions. Now, this will be the div that will basically pop up if there are any suggestions when searching any country. Let's say you're searching USA, they'll basically have USA pop up or USA drop down menu where it will suggest you USA or any other country, right? And this will be this div which we will be dynamically updating using JavaScript. So that's that. And after this is another div saying loading. I also have a ID of loading. This will basically be a loading div, like a loading animation div, which will basically show a spinner if the API is slow or when it's loading, We'll also make a paragraph tag searching for country information. There we go. Just like that. Now next is the error div. What I'm going to do is make a error class, but also error ID, and which will have an tree of country not found. So this will also include a search icon, just like that. Boom. And also have a p tag saying please check the spelling and try again. You can search by common name. I'm gonna put it like that. Boom. Common name or official name. I'm gonna do that. There we go. This will be our editor div. Now everything is like, just static in the web page. We'll change it using CSS, so don't worry. Okay, so I want to make that very clear. So this is the actual country showing div. What I'm going to do here is make a div saying country card and also have an ID of country card. And inside this, I'm going to make a class saying flag container. This will basically have the, flag image. what I'm going to do is have image tag. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut everything here. Actually not everything. I still need the alt. I'll just say country flag. As you know, alt is a attribute that is shown whenever or wherever that written inside the alt is shown if the image source is not found or is, conflicted. Here, what I'm going to do is have a class of flag, also have an ID of, let's say, flag image. There we go. And we should be good. Now, next is the country name. For that, I'm going to use the h2, which we will again be updating using JavaScript. And this will have a class of country name with also ID of country name. Just like that. Boom. Now next is the grid. Since we will be using a card, we will have to place everything neatly inside the container. So for that, we'll be using the grid. So I'm gonna make a div so we can actually, separate the info inside the grid and not have anything conflicted outside this container. I'm gonna make a div which will have a class of info grid. This will basically be our grid. So here what I'm gonna do is make a class of info item. Just like inside this info item, there'll be a couple different things. Now, first of all is the image, which just I'm gonna basically just paste it like this. This will basically be an image logo or image icon. You can also use favicon if you want, but I'm too lazy to actually go to my API and just call the script tag. Okay. So I'm gonna make a span, which will have a thing called capital. Now here's the deal. Our app will show three things. First one is capital, of which what is the capital of the country. Second is population, what is the actual population of the country, and the last is the region, on like what is the region, So here what I'm gonna do here is have this location right here and have capital. So, and next is the actual capital. For that, I'm just going to use another span tag. Inside this, what I'm going to do is give a class of info label. So this is the label, right? Now, next is this is the actual label which we'll be using to do DOM manipulation from JavaScript. This is basically a static text. Right, I'm just gonna do info value, just like that. And what I'm gonna do here is just copy this 3 times because we'll be using the same damn thing, except for a few things, and that is the change in the logo. What I'm gonna do here is just change this, just like that, and come here and paste this. So one, we have the location logo. Next, we have the population, kind of shows population image. And next is the actual region. So with that said, our HTML is finished. This is the, the thing that we need. Now, a few things we haven't done is to link our style.css and also our script.js. What I'm going to do here is outside this, I'm just going to type script src and link our script.js file. So now we'll style our CSS. So first what I'm going to do here is give the universal selector some values. So that is on that, let's call the universal selector. I'm going to give margin 0, padding 0, no, the same stuff. You have to do every time you make or you do code CSS, you have to type these things if you want your optimal CSS layout. So that is that. We have given margin 0 and padding 0. What I'm going to do is call body here and give body some few things. The first one is font family. What I'm going to do here is call enter and also Apple system logo and cut out some few things that I don't need. The first thing is I don't need system UI because I'm not doing that. Now next is I don't need any of these, but I need sans serif. And with that, I think I should be good. Next is the background. So here I'm going to use the linear gradient here, and that will be 135 degrees, and also have a color of, I'm going to give a hex color that is 667 NEA. There we go. That will be 0%. And next color is another hex color that is 764 and BA2. These are the colors that I'll be using. And that will be 100%, just like that. Now, next thing that I need is I'm probably gonna put a little bit there so you guys can actually see. Next is min height, that will be 100 BH. As always, I don't think it makes difference, but it's really sometimes is necessary to actually mention. Now, next is padding, I'll give it 20 pixels, and also color. What I'm going to do here is put out a gray, so that will be, you know, hashtag or #333. There we go. I think we should be done. Now let's start to style our container, which will our, you know, main div. I'm gonna give it a max width of around 600 pixels. Also give a margin of 0 and auto to put everything in center, just like that. And also give a padding top of 60 pixels because I don't want to see that. There we go. And next is the header. Now here, what I'm going to do here is style this header tag, right? And also give text align center with also giving margin bottom kind of 40 pixels. There we go. Also give a color of white. There we go. And next is I'm going to do is give header and style the h1 just like that. I'm going to give the font size. I'm going to give font size of around 2.5 rem, just like that, and also give a font weight of 700, and also give a margin bottom of 8 pixels, and also give text shadow of 0, 2 pixels, 10 pixel RGBA, and give, it's kind of a grayish color, so I'm just gonna give that. Not a grayish, but like a very low opacity, kind of barely visible, but it does give a really good effect for the h1 tag, so I'm just gonna use that. Next is the paragraph tag, which is this text right here. Basically have the same things, but a thing or two different though. So what I'm gonna do here is give the font size, obviously I'm gonna give it a little bigger, but still less than the actual heading, and give a opacity of 0.9. I want it to be a kind of less kind of visible, so I'm going to use the font weight to give it 300. There we go. So it's kind of neat now, just like that. Now next is the search container, right? So next I'm just gonna search container. I'm gonna make it super simple because this is not the actual input. This is just the container. What I'm gonna do is position it relative, just like that. And next thing I'm going to do here is give a margin bottom of 30 pixels. There we go. And also have a search input. So what I'm going to do is style the search input like that. What I'm going to do here is give it a width 100%. So this will be all the way up to there. And also give a padding of 18 pixels, width 24 pixels. I'm going to give font size of 1.1 rem. Also give border none because I don't want to see any border. Also give a border radius. It's kind of because it kind of looks ugly. I'm going to give a border radius of 16 pixels, just like that. Also give a background I'm going to give a background of probably RGBA. What I'm going to do here is give 255, 255, 255. This is basically white, white color code for the RGBA, and also give a slightly less, probably that much, and give a backdrop filter. So I'm going to do backdrop filter and give blur 10 pixels. There we go. So make it kind of blur for the background, and also give a box shadow that is 0, 8 pixels, 32 pixels, and give RGBA. Instead of that, what I'm going to do here is give a really less, that is 0.1, and we should be good. Now next is transition. When clicking on the search input, I want it to be in kind of a good effect. I'm just going to use ease, also having outline none. There we go. And now when search input is focused, so search input, I'm just gonna put focus here using transform. So when you click the search input, I want it to translate like a little bit upward to give it like smooth clicking effect. So what I'm going to do is give transform translate y at -2 pixels. So if we do that, it will come a slightly upward, just like that. And also give a box shadow. Here, what I'm going to do is, since we have also translated, I'm also give a shadow effect to be 0.1. So I mean, if it's translate, it also has a effect of moving the shadow, you know, like the shadow becoming more thicker. A really subtle effect though, but it okay. There you go. There's a very subtle effect. That's fine. Now next, what I'm gonna oops. Okay, we should be fine. Now next, what I'm gonna do here is give a background of RGBA and just give a white, I guess. There we go. It's fine. Now next, what I'm going to do is give a search input, and I'm going to change the placeholder to color a more darkish gray. That's right there. Yeah. There you go. Now next is loading. So what I'm going to do is, for the loading, I'm just going to first probably put display none. I should have put display none, but I'm just going to comment it for now. First, I'm going to style it as text align. We'll make it center and give a color of white, and also give a margin of 20 pixels and 0, just like that. Now for the spinner, what I'm going to do here is give a width of 40 pixels, height of 40 pixels, also give a border of 4 pixels, solid RGBA with the white. Where are the suggestions? Oh, there you go. So white, but it'll have a grayish color, and also give the border. What I'm gonna do here is give border top of 4 pixels, solid white, just like that, and give a radius. So this will basically be the thing. Don't worry, just like that. Boom. And also give a animation of spin 1 second linear. I'll go to infinite, just like that. We also have to figure out keyframes after this, and give a margin of 0, auto, and 10 pixels. So this is these right and the middle, just like that. Now next is we have to make sure that it has the correct keyframes. So here what I'm going to do is put keyframes and select spin, because we are configuring the speed of the spin. Well, not speed, but the actual spinner. So for initially at 0%, this will basically be transformed at rotate, and it'll have a 0 degree. Now at 100%, what I'm going to do here is give the 360 degree, no spaces, guys, remember that. There we go. It will just look just like that. Pretty cool, right? Now next, I'm going to do here, since we have already made the loading, I'm coming that, and that will disappear completely because that's done. Now next is the country card. What I'm going to do here is called country card, and make the background, what I'm going to do is make the background kind of white, but still have probably this. I'm going to do that and give the same thing, and give a backdrop filter of blur 20 pixels. I'm going to give a border radius, forgot semicolon there, and also give a border radius of around 20 pixels. There we go. Border radius is kind of not working, but how did this work? Okay, we have to figure out that. Let's keep moving, and if we find any errors, we'll probably fix it. Now next, padding, if this works, and if this does not work, I need to, okay, so it was pretty too close to the thing. I thought, like, why was the thing not working? The next is box shadow. For the box shadow, what I'm going to do is give 0, 20 pixels and 60 pixels. And let's give an RGBA, and this will basically be this, but with 0.5. Very subtle background. We don't need extra too crazy. We don't have to go that much. Now for the transform, I'm going to give a translate at 20 pixels. Now next is opacity. Now here opacity will be 0. Initially opacity will be 0. But I'm then gonna comment this part out because we have to style this. Okay, we cannot style it like while having thing, not having thing. Next is transitions. What I'm gonna do is call transitioning and give it 0.6 and add ease. And I also have to put display none. But I'm gonna comment this part out. Next thing I also need to do, I just realized, is also comment out the error. So I need to comment out error, but we still haven't styled error yet, so we should be fine. We're gonna do it though, don't worry. So next is country.show. So if the card is at show, which we will change using JS, what I'm gonna do is transform it, just translate at Y, and put it 0, and also give the opacity to 1, also give display to block. So this will basically be the opposite, and we should be fine. Next is the flag container. What I'm going to do here is just boldly put text line center and also give a margin bottom of 24 pixels. Oops. Just like that. What I'm going to do is do dot flag and do width 120 pixels, give a height of 80 pixels. I'm going to give a object fit of cover and give border radius. I'm going to give border radius of 12 pixels. Also give a box shadow. Oops. box shadow of around 0, 8 pixels and 25 pixels. RGBA and give a gray but have 0.2. Oh, that should be fine. Now next is transitions. What I'm going to do is give transform 0.3 seconds at ease. There we go. That will be the actual flag. Right now we don't have any flag, so we should be fine. Now for the hover, right? Dot flag, dot hover. If we hover it, we'll just transform it with scale. We're just gonna scale it 1.05 times. Now if I click over it, you can see the flag little, scaling, getting a little bit bigger. Next is country name. So name is pretty simple. What I'm going to do here is give a font. What am I typing font? The font size of Turin. Actually, what I'm going to do is give a dummy name to style it. Where's the country card? So this is the country name. Let's say United States. Okay. Now for the thing, what I'm going to do here is give the capital, I think it's Washington DC, right? Hopefully, because I'm bad at geography, guys. Oh, I forgot to change the thing, so this is population. Let's say population is this much for now. This is just dummy data, guys, don't worry. We'll do an API call for this later in the JavaScript. And the last one is region. I'm just gonna do North America, I think. Or am I just dumb? Probably. I accidentally remove the port, and there we go. So these are the dummy data for now. Now let's style it. So the first one is font size. What I'm going to do is give a font weight of 700. Also give text line center. Let's give probably a little bit margin. 24. Yeah, that should be fine. The next is color. What I'm going to do here is give a hash color of 2D3748. Kind of a grayish color. There we go. Now next is the info grid. Now here's the deal, guys. I told you that we'll be using grid, right? You see everything is just linear, just stacked. We'll be using grid to actually make it look cool. So what I'm gonna do here is call the info grid, which is the container. You do this a display grid just like that, and give a gap of 16 pixels. Okay, so with that, what I'm gonna do now, since we did display grid, we'll be using display grid. We could use column and centers, but I just found a better idea. We can just use display flex, which is easier than grid. So what I'm going to do is do align items. I'm going to make it center just like that. As you can see, everything is just come out, outside of the thing. And what I'm going to do is give a padding 16 pixels and also give a background of RGBA. So this will be 102, 126, 204, and opacity will be that much. There we go. Border radius will be 12 pixels. And transition, all 0.3, the same thing. There we go. Yeah, looks all right. Now next is the dot info item, but this time when it is hovered, I'm just gonna change the background to RGBA same settings, but I'm gonna increase the opacity to 0.2. Now next is transform. Now since we have used transition here, I'll just change the transform to translate at X. I'm just gonna set it to around just 4 pixels. Oops. And now if I do here, it'll just go 4 pixels on the right, on the X axis. Just like that. Now next is info icon. Since the icons are pretty goddamn big, we need to change it, right? Now for the first thing I need to do is change its width and height. What I'm gonna do is give 24 pixels. Also give a height of 24 pixels. It should shrink down quite a bit. Just like that. And also give a margin right of 16 pixels. Also give a opacity of 0.7. Just like that. Now for the info label. I'm gonna give a font weight of 600. Also give a color of hash4 A5568 probably. Also give a minimum height, not minimum weight, minimum width of 80 pixels. There we go. Now next is the info value. Info value, what I'm going to do is do font weight 500, also give a color of the same thing, and also give it flex of 1. There we go. So this is dummy data, and this is how it will look. Pretty cool, right? The thing did not work here. Why not? Probably trim, but yeah. Okay, just like that, it should be fine. Now we're almost done, but we still have to style our error. Now for the error, what I'm gonna do is first I'm just gonna do is display none. Because we have to do it, and also comment the part out. And also give a background. First we'll give it a background of RGBA, which will have a white background. Just like that. And also give a blur. So I'm just gonna do backdrop filter blur of 20 pixels. Also give a border radius of 16 pixels. Give a padding of 16 pixels. Probably a little bit more, 20 pixels. There we go. And also give a text line center. I think I need to give a little bit more. Okay, that lines. Now next is the color. What I'm going to do here is give a kind of red color. I'm going to give it a red, but have a little pinkish red. That's too, okay, I made it too bright. Okay, there we go. That should be fine. Now next is the box shadow. What I'm gonna do here is give 0, 8 pixels, 32 pixels. Also give a RGBA of kind of this thing right there. Oh, it's just box shadow. And next, that should be done. Now I need to uncomment few parts after this. Now next is what I'm gonna do here is do that and do that, and also do that. There we go. For the errors, what I'm gonna do, I'm still not done with errors, so I'm just gonna uncomment that. Here, what I'm gonna do is when error is showed, right, I'm gonna put display block and also give a animation of fade in of 0.5 seconds at ease, just like that, and have a keyframe with the fade in. I'm gonna do from opacity 0 to transform. I'm gonna translate at y 10 pixels to, what I'm gonna do is change the opacity to 1 and transform to translate 0, which is the initial position. That is our fade in, and with that we should be done. Now we have to make few things for suggestions, and for these suggestions, this will basically be the suggestions of the countries. What I'm gonna do is give a padding of 12 pixels and 20 pixels. Also give a cursor of pointer. Also give a transition of background 0.2 seconds at ease. Also give a border bottom of 1 pixel solid. I need to think of a color here. I'm just gonna give it a black. Let's have this. That is our suggestion item. Now next is suggestion item dash hover. For hover, I'm just gonna change the background to around just this color right here. There we go. And with that said, we should be fine for the last child. Now, since we're making a border for every single suggestion item, for the last item to have a border will not make sense, right? So what I'm going to do is do last child, suggestion item last child. This is like the actual last child of that suggestion item. What I'm going to do here is just change the border bottom to none. And with that said, our CSS is completely done. Not completely done. I just, we cannot forget media queries, guys. That was a trick question. So here what I'm going to do is just to, that and change few things. So for mobile, I'm not going to do a whole wide fancy stuff because we don't have anything to do any fancy stuff anyways, right? I'm going to change the font size to 2 rem. From I think it was 2.5 rem, which I put. The next is country card. I'm going to change that to padding. I'm just going to change this 24 pixels. Just like that. Wait, how much was it again? I forgot. Where is country cards? So it was 32, so we have to change it, and yeah, that should be fine. Next is info item. I'm gonna do flex direction. Since we have doing flex direction row, by default it will set to row, I'm gonna change it to column. There we go. Now I'm also gonna align items to flex start and also do text align to left. There we go. And at last is the info icon. I'm gonna do margin bottom. I'm gonna set that to 8 pixels and also do margin right to 0. So with that, our CSS is done. I'm just gonna quickly do format document, just like that, and it should be done. Now let's move to our JavaScript. Now let's go to script.javascript. We did put the thing right. Okay, there it is. That should be fine. Now first, I'm just gonna call all of my DOMs. Now first, I'm just gonna put country input. We document.get element by ID and put country input, which I'm pretty sure that was the thing that I put. And just like that. Since we're doing JavaScript, it's fine. As you can see, it's also responsive. And also do that, boom, and copy this couple different times. Probably need it 5 times. Now here, what I'm going to do here is do loading. Oops. Loading. Next is the error, obviously, and next again is the country card. And the last one is suggestions. Okay, that's the thing that we need. Change that to loading, that to error, that to country card, and this to suggestions. Okay, that's all of our DOMs. Now, here what I'm going to do is do let search timeout. This is the search timeout. And do let all countries. Initially, all countries, the search will be 0, obviously. So I'm just gonna put empty string, not empty string, empty array. So we'll just be using array to put all of things. We'll change it back after we are done. So what I'm gonna do here is now we'll start our API thing. So what I'm gonna do with a sync, I have an API which I can use. I'm gonna do a sync function. I'm gonna make a sync function that says fetch all countries, just like that, and put a try block. So try const response. So this will basically be our response from the API. So we have to await it because we are using a asynchronous function. Here, what I'm gonna do is do fetch. As we know, fetch is a synchronous function that will return us a promise. So I'm just gonna put our API here. I have an API. This is my API, just like that. That is name. That's my API. By the way, semicolon does not affect anything in JavaScript. So yeah, boom. Now here, what I'm gonna do is check if the response is okay or not okay, right? If the response is not okay, I'm just gonna say throw new error. This will just throw an error saying HTTP error and just log the actual error saying status. This is for debugging if we need it. I'm just gonna do that and do response.data. There we go. Hopefully that works. I could have used backticked, but it should be fine. Unless I... yeah. The next is the all countries. So, for the all countries, what I'm going to do is mutate the value here. I've made a small mistake. That should be it. Cannot forget the camel casing. So what I'm going to do is do all countries, mutate the string to await, and do response.json. So the JSON file that is getting sent by the API, which is the response, we have checked if the response is okay or not. If it is okay, we're changing the response to a JavaScript object, right? Pretty simple. We're not doing any rocket science here, okay? And after that, that's our try block. I'm just gonna catch error. I'm just make our try catch block. I'm just gonna do console.error and put error fetching countries list. Now here what I'm gonna do is just put a fallback countries list. Since the country list is not there because it's still an empty array, right? If there is not anything to give suggestions to the user, it will be a complete disaster, right? Because I mean, it will not be a complete disaster, but it will just be a slightly better user experience. So see, like, it is kind of working, but it is still not there, you know? So what I'm going to do is just make a dummy array, right? So here, what I'm going to do is put a bunch of objects, which again, that is a thing that return that, you know, the API returns. What I'm going to do is just do name and just probably do like common. This is the actual format that the API return us. I'm just going to do United States. That, like, just like that. And also give a common name, United Kingdom. I'll just basically make a list. So I'm just gonna copy the data just like that. This will basically be a bunch of countries. Now that I guess United Kingdom. That can be Canada. It can be Australia. Hopefully, I'm United Australia. Yep. Okay. I forgot that existed. Oops. Now next, I can probably put Germany. Again, I'm actually trying to remember the name of countries as I'm trying to type it. So next is France. What are other countries? Japan, my favorite country. It's mainly because of anime, though. If you watch anime, hit that like button, guys. And also subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to subscribe, guys. Yes, and next is India. And also Nepal. We cannot forget that, obviously. And just like Brazil. Just put a bunch of dummy data. To be fair, it will be better if you put it all the countries alphabetically because it can just show something, you know. And just do Mexico, Italy. What are other countries? Spain, there you go. I'm going to put one more. South Korea, that is a country. Put another, that is Netherlands. Yeah, that should be fine. So that is our dummy data. So that it should be fine. Yeah. There we go. That solves the error. Now, next function that we can make is that it. So here I made a mistake. I forgot to put that. Don't forget to put this as a function, guys. Right? So what I'm gonna do is next, I'm just gonna make the show suggestion function. I'm gonna do function show suggestions. This will take a input, which will be our input, right, as a parameter, and this will be if input dot length is less than 2. What I'm going to do is suggestions dot style dot display. I want to put it to none. There we go. And just simply return. This will be our first condition because if the input is less than 2, then it doesn't make any sense, right? So here what I'm going to do is do cons filtered. So this will basically be the filtered what I'm going to do is do const filtered all countries dot filter. We'll be using the filter, which is in higher order function. So I'm going to put the country, right, and do a few things here. The first one is do country dot name dot common to lowercase. I'm just changing it to lowercase just like that, and also includes input dot to lowercase. I'm just checking if it includes that. I'm just filtering it because that's the filter is, because of that, is useful, right? And here I'm gonna do is do that. I'm just gonna set the R operator and put the country dot name dot official and country dot name dot official to lowercase, and also that will includes input lowercase. So this is our filter. So what it's basically doing is checking the country name and the common name, and also if it includes the input, if this is included in the input that will be coming from the user. If this, so this is either that or the actual country name, the name or the official name and the country's official name to lowercase, right? Also includes that. So if that happens, then just put that. That is our filter. What I'm going to do is also do a dot slice from 0 to 5 just to make it more just slice from 0 to 5 index of the string. Simple. So next is if filter dot length is equals to 0. So if there is not anything, right? I mean, this is a common mistake, but it doesn't really matter, but I still change the actual spelling. Now I'm just gonna, if the country's length is 0, it doesn't make sense. I'm just gonna do a suggestion.style.display and just change display to none directly and just return from the function. There we go. Just like that, it should be fine. Now next is the putting everything in the the filter, the suggestion div. So it is pretty simple. What I'm going to do is take the DOM element just like that, and what I'm going to do here is just use inner HTML to dump all of the objects inside that. The filtered, which is our array, I'm just gonna do map. I'm gonna map the country just like that, and do that. Use a backtick because we have to make a HTML element. No div class. I'm gonna do here is put that. I think we should be fine, hopefully. What I'm gonna do here is do suggestion dot item, which is our class, and also give a data country and put this thing as our, so what I'm going to do here is do that just like that. Inside this, I'm just going to do country dot name dot common. There we go. That is our thing. And here we also have close the div, don't forget that. We also didn't put the thing here. I forgot to put that. Inside this, I'm just gonna do country name .com. Yeah, should be fine, I think. Give me a second, guys. I need to check anything. Okay, there we go. I was wondering why it was no mistake. I'm just gonna join this into a string. Pretty simple. And with that said, that should be done. Now next is to actually display the block. Currently it is not visible, obviously. Gonna set that to block. That will make it visible when it is mapped, right? Pretty good. Now next is the suggestions. So what I'm going to do here is do suggestions.query selector all and do dot suggestion item dot, we're going to loop it using for each. I'm going to do item and do item dot add event listener. So we have made everything, we have made, or we have filtered every country I cannot speak. Oh my god. Now we also have to put the event listener. So what it will do is basically put the search the actual event, search the actual country based on the suggestions from the click, right? So for that I need to do click, because the user will click on the thing, start a function just like that, forgot comma, and do country input dot value. So this is the country input value, and that will come from item dot dataset dot country. Also give suggestions dot style, and do display to none, and also give a search country. So this is the function that we will be calling to put the thing, but we have not made the function, which we'll be making after this. So don't worry. So I'm just gonna do item.dataset dot country. There we go. That is fine. Now after that, I'm just gonna put a small event listener for the document, and when it will hear a click, it will basically just put the, so this is for the thing. So if the the web page here like feels a click, or gets a click, what happens is if it checks if e dot target dot closes is the search. So if the search, so basically what I'm doing is, since the search is a container, right, after it hears or feels or whatever, it gets a click, it will basically, what it will do is just put the suggestions dot style dot display. It will basically put it to none, because it doesn't have any purpose anyways, right? After it here's a click. Am I right? Yes, sir. So that is our document, just like that. Now next, what I'm gonna do is make our search country feature, right? Pretty cool. So this again will be a asynchronous function. So I'm gonna make the async function search country, and this will have a parameter of country name, just like that. Now next, it will check if the country name is it actually returning something. So if it isn't, and not country card, country name dot trim. So if it is just a blank string or anything at all, if it isn't, I'm just gonna return. So I made a few mistakes. I was supposed to do that. Okay, there we go. We have to hide the previous results of the country if there are any. So I'm just gonna do country.card class list remove show. So if it was previously shown, it will have the dot show, right? So we have to remove that from the country card. Now next is error. So I'm just gonna do error.classlist. If there are any errors, I'm gonna remove that too. And also if there are any loading, I'm also gonna remove that. And there we go. Double checking if everything I've done is actually correct. Seems like it. If I get an error, good luck me. Okay, so the same thing. Now we have to search the actual country, right? Now here, it was just fetching all of the countries for the search. Now this is the actual thing, and we'll put the value on the thing. What I'm gonna do is do const response. I'm gonna call the API one more time. Just like that. What am I doing? Oops. Const response. I'm gonna do await. I'm gonna do fetch, and basically call this API. There we go. I have to complete few things here. So for that, what I'm going to do is put first this. The first thing is encode URI component to country name. So this will basically encode whatever that country name is returning into a URL, And also put this and just do full text equals false because we don't need that anyways. Okay, so next is now error handling. We'll check if response is okay. If it isn't, I'm just gonna do throw new error and just with HTTP. What I can do is just put the same error that we was getting. Pretty thing. So this is not response.data, it's actual response.status. I made a small mistake there. I can just copy that and paste it right over there. Now, just like that I think we should be fine. Okay, let me quickly drink water, guys. Give me a second. I'm actually really thirsty after speaking for so long. Okay. So next I need to change that to JSON. So because data wait response dot JSON. There we go. Do const country. I'm gonna set the data, the initial data, which is the thing, to 0. There we go. What I'm also gonna do is console the log the data to just to quickly compare and just see if the data is actually there. Let me quickly do console.log the data and try if the data is there. API is not working, that's weird. We'll check that in a bit, but a second. Let's quickly check if the API is working. I just want to see if it's working. So instead of this, I need to type in a country. Let's just type Nepal. Oops. Okay. Copy that. There we go. So that was the thing that was giving error. Next thing I'm going to do is type Nepal. So this is actually giving the data. As you can see, the API is working perfectly. That's good. The reason why it's not showing or not working right now is I don't have a catch block to handle anything. If we do that and come here, then we should be done. So if we just console.log the data, then why is it? Okay, it should be fine. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is probably, okay, it should be fine. So once we call the function, it should work. Okay. So here what I'm gonna do is basically just call everything from the DOM. This document.getElement by ID. Now next I'm just gonna do flag image.src, which will be the thing that will changing. I'm just gonna do country. Okay, so I'll do country dot flags dot svg, and either is that or I'm going to do country dot flags dot png, kind of returns sometimes too, or it's just empty string for error handling if the thing does not return anything, so we have to put that too. Now next is, I'm just gonna paste that. I'm gonna change the flag image, but this time I'm gonna change the alt. So for that, I'm just gonna put a empty string saying flag off. I'm just gonna put it the common name, saying country dot name dot common. There we go. I'm gonna do Control V, and next is the country name. So I'm just gonna do country name. I'm gonna change the text content, and this time I'm just gonna put the country name common. That's the thing, and we should be fine. There we go. I also don't need any of that, obviously. And there we go. So next is the capital, right? I'm gonna change the text content to country capital. I'm just gonna do country dot capital. It should be easy, just like that. Either it's country dot capital or it's country dot capital -0, or it's not available, or just error handling not available. What's the spelling of that, by the way? Available. You can't be serious. I forgot the I think that's it. Okay, so next is that I'm gonna copy pasting that. I'm going to change the population to that. I'm going to change the population. It is text content. Now that is either country.population or country.population true local string. Local string, just like that, or is not available, just like that. I'm just gonna, the next and the last is the region. Hopefully I put the region right. I don't think I changed those things if I remember correctly. Yep, I definitely did not. Okay, let's quickly do it. So what I'm gonna do here is this right here, which will be the info value. I'm gonna put that, this ID, so this will be the country name. It's not country name, it's gonna be the capital, like that, and this will have ID of population. Okay, and next we'll do North America. That is region, so I'm just gonna do region. There we go. I'm gonna catch that, so we're gonna do region. So for the region, I'm just gonna change the text content to country.region. And since it doesn't have anything, the API doesn't have anything, I'm directly just gonna do either that or not available. Just like that. And we should be good with the DOM manipulation setting. I'm gonna do loading.style. Do loading.style.display. I'm just gonna change that to block. Oh, not block, actually none, because the data is almost finished on the thing. I'm gonna do set timeout to that, and gonna do a set timeout of country card dot class list and add the show. So that will basically show all the country cards, and that will be a delay of 100. There we go. 100 milliseconds. With that said, our try block is done. That will be all of the things that we'll be doing in try block. Now for the error handling, I'm not gonna do too crazy, but I will do few things. That is search error. So we also have a dedicated panel for the search. I'm just gonna do search error, and for the console side, I'm just gonna do that. Right? Okay, hiccups are kind of annoying me right now. I'm going to do loading.style.display. I'm going to set that to none, since after that we don't need that, right? I'm just going to set that to none. And now for the loading of the error, I'm gonna get the actual thing first. So I'm gonna get the error element. I'm gonna get the error element, which is our error, right? I'm gonna do that and give document dot get element by ID and get the error div. That's it. Why did I get the error div? To mutate it, obviously. So what I'm gonna do is if error, this error right here, if this error includes a message, the error message includes failed to fetch. If error message includes that, then I'm just gonna do error element dot inner HTML, this I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna do h3 connection error. There you go. Close the h3 just like that. Start a paragraph tag and type unable to connect to the country database. Please check your internet connection and please try again. Just like that, and simply close the paragraph tag. There we go. Now I have to do it one more time, so I'm just gonna copy this and do else because it's a if else statement. I'm gonna copy that and just say country not found. So if that one gets a failed to fetch, that just means it failed to fetch the data from the API. Most likely that is just the internet connection issue. So we just did that. Now sometimes you would also enters the the spelling mistakes or enters the country that does not exist entirely. I'm gonna say please check the spelling and please try again. Not too simple, just that much. Okay, so with that said, that should be all for our error. And at last, what I'm gonna do is also, we have to show the error, right? Like we have made the error div. We also have to show. What I'm gonna do is do error.class_list.show. That will basically show the error. So after that, we should be done here. Now the only thing I have to do is put the event listeners for the country input, and just put two things. That is country input. When you hit enter, it'll basically just update it. So what I'm gonna do is country input dot add event listener. So while the user inputs the inputting and country, every time it will just update the thing. I will set a timeout, right, and just update the value in a given second. I'm going to do const value e.target dot value. So this will basically get the value, and do clear timeout, and do search timeout, and do show suggestions, and put the value. So every time we'll just call that, and I'm gonna do search timeout equals to set timeout, call a function, and do if value.trim is search country value, then it will just call the value. And here what I'm going to do is give a delay of 500 milliseconds, just like that. And the last thing I need to do is to do all of this, not all of this, but do this when you hit enter. So what I'm going to do is just copy this, but instead of all of that, I'm just going to cut this and do key.key. Because the event, I'm going to do key dot if it is enter not equals to, you're checking, guys. And next what I'm going to do is do clear timeout. I'm going to do timeout and suggestions dot style dot display is set to none. And by the way, it's not input, this is a key press. Understand that, because we're checking the keyboard input. And next is the country. I'm just gonna do a country dot not card, country dot input dot value. So with that said, we are done. The last thing that we need to do is just call our goddamn function, and we should be good. Okay, let's test it. Hopefully it works. Hopefully it works. Let's search Nepal. There we go. It kind of doesn't work. Great. Obviously it does not work every time, right? So it does give the array to Nepal though. So that's great. The thing is not working here, so I'm going to do type error text content, right? So it is returning null, so that means the thing that does not exist. So here for 101, what I'm gonna do is do document dot. So it's saying this does not exist. Let's triple check. Oh, okay, that's why it does not exist. There we go. It works. Okay, so that is our thing. That works perfectly. Maybe not too perfect. Why is it so black though? But yeah, you can fix that in CSS. And with that said, it should work. So let's try to search a few more countries. Let's say India. What? Okay, why is it British India Ocean Territory? What? Okay, the API is kind of not working. That's weird. Let's search other, say, United States. There you go, United States, Washington, D.C., region Americas. Okay, with that said, we should be fine. Hope you enjoyed this the small project of countries info finder. And if you just liked me coding or just watching me code or you're just eating dinner while just me coding, then please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream or in another video. Bye bye. So again, this is another project stream that will be building in today's stream. So we're basically building a crypto tracker application which basically tracks all of the current prices of crypto. We're talking about Bitcoin, Dogecoin, Ethereum, and whatnot, right? So this is basically a basic API fetching app like the most others that we do, but today is very different. Not different, but it's very special because we're doing a crypto tracker. It basically tracks your crypto. Right, let's go ahead and start. So what I'm going to do first is obviously make my boilerplate code, and I'm going to give it a name saying crypto tracker, just like that. It should be fine. Now I just have to make my necessities, that is style.css and a script.js, make sure I don't forget, and also link them, obviously. Oops, wrong one. Style.css here, and at last I'm also gonna link my script.js, and with that said, our base configuration or base boilerplate is already done. Now let's go ahead and actually start making our crypto tracker app. So what I'm going to do here is basically make a container as always, a div or a container, whatever you want to call it, you can call it. Now first is obviously a header. This will basically just be a header, a simple header, but we will style it really good with our CSS obviously. So here what I'm going to do is basically be kind of copy a Bitcoin logo or Bitcoin test. I'm gonna say crypto price tracker, just like that. And this is the h1 tag. Actually, what I'm gonna do here is also make it can do like this. There we go. I'm gonna undo like that. Okay, so with that said, that should be done. I'm gonna do it like that, and so you can actually see. Now next is paragraph tag. I'm just gonna type some random thing saying real time, I guess crypto currency. Oops, I misspelled that. Cryptocurrency prices and market data. There we go, just that. Okay, there's there. Now next is the controls. So what I'm going to do is just make a div called controls. The control is just basic div that basically handles your refresh and also your searching about different I was gonna say different bitcoins, but different cryptocurrency. The first is search containers or search. I'm just gonna make a container that is search container, just like that. Inside this, I'm gonna make a input, obviously, and that will be a text. And also had some few things that is class. I'm not gonna use name because that's useless in this context. Next is placeholder, obviously. What I'm gonna do is say search cryptocurrencies. I'm just gonna copy that, paste here, do that ruler, and there we go. Now that's our thing. I'm also gonna give an ID because I have to, track it from script.js. Now, ID is much more convenient, even though it's kind of does not make sense, but we should be good. Now next is a icon. I'm just gonna copy a SVG icon that I have right here. That's just a search icon. You can also use font awesome again, but I'm too lazy to actually get the API, which again, it might be easier for you guys though. So you can do that, don't worry. Now after this, we are done with our search container. So next is a button, right? So this is basically a button that basically refreshes our web page and just gives us the actual updated data. Currently updated data, that's what I meant. So what I'm gonna do is give this button a class of last updated because it makes the most sense, am I right? And now next, I'm just gonna make the same thing, but for a class, I'm just gonna make a different, there we go. I'm just checking if the spelling is correct. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. And we should be good. Okay, so next is our loading div. Now, again, as every video or every stream, we make a loading container, right? I'll do the same for this. I'm just gonna make that. This will be a class of loading grid and also have an ID of loading grid, obviously. And what I'm gonna do here is make another div with a class of loading spinner. I don't know why I wrote class here, but okay. And next is a small message saying loading cryptocurrency. I'm gonna put that. I'm just gonna do data and make few dots. There you go. Now next is error. What I'm gonna do is basically, actually I'm just gonna make it separately. I was just gonna copy from loading, but that's fine. I'm quickly gonna make that, and inside this I'm gonna make an h3 tag that will basically say fail to load data. You can go ahead and also put a cross icon if you want, but I'm not gonna do that. The next is a paraflag saying, other important stuff. So I'm just gonna say unable to fetch data. This will basically be our more detailed version of that. Please check your internet connection. I'm just gonna type that, so it should be fine. This is basically our error message, right? Now with that said, I think we should be good. You might be surprised because they're literally nothing. But we're not done here. What is actually remained is the last div. So this will be the div that will basically have a container for all of our cryptocurrency. So this will be a crypto grid, which I like to call that crypto grid, which will basically lay out every single cryptocurrency using like in a grid format showing the actual current data, right? So I'm just gonna do that and just type it crypto grid, just like that. And make it empty because we'll be filling this using HTML. not HTML, what am I saying? JavaScript. Oh my days. Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly format the document. If it lets me, there we go. Now that's our HTML. Now moving on to CSS, it is... Now I'm not gonna do quite all out. I'm not gonna like do too fancy. First, I'm just gonna do the bare minimum, which we always do. That is margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing to border box, right? There we go. Usual thing. Now for body, again, I'm gonna do the same thing. That is font family, because I just love this setting, right? So there'll be enter and also have Apple system. Now I'm just gonna cut out a few things, which I, again, as always, I don't need. Okay, this is annoying me. Okay, there we go. Boom. Now next, I do need CUI and robots. So I'm just gonna, do that, and boom, that's it. And that's our font. I'm also gonna give a background. As always, it will be a linear gradient. That will be 135 degrees. And have a different color profile this time. That is 161. Actually 162 and 13 is basically kind of a black themed. This will be around 50%. And in front of it, I'm also going to give another color saying 1A, 1A, and 2E. This will be 0%. There we go. I also give 0F3460. So this is another hex color code. That will be 100%. Now with that, I think our linear gradient should be fine. Next is min height. What I'm going to do about the min height or minimum height, I'm just going to give 100 BH, which makes the most sense because I want it to cover the whole screen, obviously. And next is the padding. So I'm going to give it 20 pixels. And color, I'm just going to give it white. I don't, like white makes the most sense. Now for the dot container, I'm going to do something very simple. So for max width, I'm going to give it 1200 pixels and also give a margin to 0 and auto to, do that. And also gonna give a padding top, padding top of 20 pixels, just like that. Now next, what I'm gonna do is give out a header. So I'm going to call the header and just give a text align center to put the actual thing into center. Also give a margin bottom of around 40 pixels, just like that. And we should be good. Now next is header h1. I'm just going to call this text right here. Now we're going to do some serious CSS here. So what I'm going to do here, and watch me close, this will look really, really good. So I'm going to do a font size free rem to make it a little bit bigger, just like that, and also give a font weight of 700 to make it seem a little bit darker, but I don't think that did anything because the font size is already too big, and it's also H1 on top of that, but it's fine. Now next, what I'm going to do is give a margin bottom of 8 pixels, and also give a background, so it'll be a linear gradient, around 45 degrees, and also give a couple of different colors that is mostly yellowish. This will basically be a yellowish, like darker yellowish to a lighter one, but also a mix of other different green and blue colors. The first one is kind of a dark yellow theme, yellow color, so that is F793 and 1E. So this is like kind of a darkish yellow, and next is kind of a yellow lightish. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do FF E3 B3B, right? Okay, now that is the one. There we go. As you can see, there's fading color right there, and I'm just gonna make it simply put a green. So I'm just gonna do 4CA50, just like a brownish. I'm colorblind. Okay, I'm not colorblind, but like, why did I say brownish? I was supposed to say green. But okay, the last one is kind of blue, so I'm just gonna do 21, 96, and F3. Okay, there we go. That is our color, or our linear gradient. Now next, I'm gonna use the WebKit. So I'm just gonna do WebKit and do background clip. That will basically clip the background to the text. Now to show it, we have to do WebKit and do text fill. Don't want to write that. I'm just gonna do text fill color. I'm gonna do transparent to that the background sits on the text, right? And next I'm gonna do background clip. Oops. I'm gonna do background clip and set that to text, just like that, and put an animation to simmer. So basically be a fading, like it will go from here to just smoothly transition all over the text. I'm gonna do simmer and it will do 3 seconds at ease in out, and this will basically go on to infinite, just like that. Now for animation, I also have to put keyframes. So I'm gonna do here is do keyframes and select our animation, that is simmer, right? So here what I'm gonna do is at 0% and 100%. What I'm gonna do is do filter. I'm gonna do filter, who rotate, and just do 0 degrees. There we go. And next is I'm just gonna copy this, paste that here, change it to 50%. I'm gonna do who rotate to 90 degrees, just like that. Now that is our keyframes. Why is it now working? Oh, okay, I put these twice. Oops, small mistake there. And also, yeah, that's it. I do that. Okay, the animation is not working. Give me a second, guys. Oh, okay, it's 9 degrees. Okay, there we go. As you can see, the animation is taking this getting animated. That's our thing. So next, what I'm gonna do here is style the header paragraph tag. I'm not gonna do anything fancy. I'm just gonna do 1.2 rem font size and also give opacity of opacity of 0.8 to make it seem kind of not visible, even though the text is relatively big. And also have a font weight of 300 to make it even less. There we go, it looks clean. Now that's our header, right? And next for the controls, what I'm gonna do is first check if I actually made controls. Yeah, sometimes I mess up spelling, you know that, guys. Now first thing is we'll do flex. Now next what I'm gonna do is do gap 20 pixels. Also give margin bottom of 30 pixels. Also give a flex wrap of wrap, just like that. And give align items to center. Also justify content to center. There we go. And that's it. It should be fine. Now I have to probably make the search container. What I'm gonna do here is style the search container first. So I'm just gonna call the search container and position it relative. Also have a flex of 1 and also max width of 400 pixels. There you go, that is the container. And for the actual search input, what I'm gonna do, which is the search button right here, what I'm gonna do here is give a width of 100%. I want to take, because I wanted to take the whole thing for itself, and probably give a padding of 15 pixels, 50 pixels, 15 pixels, and 20 pixels. If you're wondering, this is basically a top right bottom and left. So what I'm gonna do is give a font size of 1 rem. Also give a border of 2 pixel solid. I'm gonna do RGBA and give a white color code and make it seem a little bit grayish, just like that. I'm going to give a border radius of 12 pixels to give that rounded edge, and also give a background of the same color but have a little bit less opacity. There we go, very darkish. I'm also going to give a backdrop filter that is obviously blur and give it 10 pixels. Also gonna give a color of white and give a transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Also give outline of none. There we go. I'm gonna get a search input of focus. I'm just gonna put these two limit of focus, and I'm gonna give a border color of the same color to match our theme, that is that one, a darker yellowish color. I'm also going to give a box shadow of 0, 0, 0 and 3 pixels. I'm going to give RGBA and give the color code of 247, 147, 30, and 0.2. Also going to give a transform of translate at y, that is -1 pixel. So what it's gonna do is whenever we click on it, it will move it 1 pixel up, giving it kind of a lifting effect. So like also gonna give a box shadow, obviously, of this, not box shadow, border color. I'm also gonna give the box shadow, which will basically give us kind of a ring-like shape, which looks kind of cool, right? Basically give the it will give a lightish effect because it also has shadow. I cannot speak today, I don't know why. So next is again search input. For this time, that is for the placeholder. I'm gonna select the placeholder just like that, change the color to more of a darkish but still white color code, just like that, but have a different opacity, just like that. Yeah, pretty cool. Now next is the search icon. As you can see, the search icon is let's just say it's not in a good shape because it's really big. So what I'm gonna do is give it a position of absolute, just like that. Scroll a little bit down and also give a right of 15 pixels. I'm gonna give a top of 50% actually, and just like that. I'm also going to give a transform of translate at y -50%, which will basically send it to really up. I also give a width of 20 pixels, making it a really small. Also give height. There we go. It is on place, and give a opacity of 0.6 to make it a little bit less visible and suit our theme. There we go. That's our icon. Next is refresh button. Now, our refresh button, we don't have any content inside it, right? What I'm gonna do is give a padding of 15 pixels and also have a 25 pixel. There we go. Next is background. What I'm gonna do here is give out a linear gradient. That will be the same linear gradient as we gave for this one right here, but it will include 2 less colors. Obviously, I'm gonna boom. I'm just gonna do that. Now I'm gonna cut these two because I don't need these two, and probably put this one, but have a different yellow because I think it's too light. What I'm gonna do is give FFB and 347. There we go. That's our linear gradient. Next, I'm gonna give a border of none what I'm also gonna do is also give okay, don't worry, I'm gonna give if it doesn't. Next is border radius. I'm gonna give a border radius of 12 pixels. Also give a color of white, and also give a font weight of 600. Now the thing is, I didn't put anything in the button. I was thinking of putting a refresh logo inside of it to make it look more cooler. But I realized I'm just too lazy, so I'm just gonna do refresh. I'm just gonna type that. There we go. And this, oh, it's not the correct button. Now, next thing is what I'm gonna do is I should probably have a button. So, where is the button? Did I forget to make the refresh button? Okay, of course I did. So under the search container button, which is this right here, I should have made another button. So what I'm gonna do here is actually this should be a div. I'm gonna cut this to a div, and also inside the controls, which is this right here, I'm also gonna put another div. So this should have been easy, but I think I put the controls only to another button. So I'm just gonna put it right over here, format the document, just like that. So what I'm gonna do here is format the document. Why is it not working? Okay, give me a second. Okay, so I don't think it will work. Just that, and okay, give me a second. So what I'm gonna do is probably I have to cut this div. If I now format document, it should work. Okay, so with that said, it should be fine. Now, inside this control div, what I need to do is to make another button, right? So what I'm gonna do here is make another button that will basically have a class of refresh button and have an ID of refresh button. And inside this, I'm just gonna put a icon which I have right over there. Basically, I was gonna do refresh document. This is basically the thing, and also gonna put a refresh text. This is basically the refresh thing. So coming to our CSS, what I'm gonna do is give a font size of 1 rem. Also give a transition of all 0.3 seconds at ease. Also give display flex, and also give align item center and give a gap of 8 pixels. There we go. Now next is the refresh button hover. What I'm gonna do is to refresh button hover and do transform translate at y and just do -2 pixels. Same thing. Also gonna give a box shadow of 0, 8 pixels, 25 pixels, and RGBA of the same thing. So what I'm gonna do is, I guess not working. I'm just gonna type my color code, that is 247, 147, 30, and 0.4. There we go. Now that is the thing. Now next is for refresh button. but I'm gonna put it to loading. For loading, I'm just gonna, when the thing is loading, I'm just gonna do cursor not allowed. Just look out that the cursor is not allowed to click. And next is for the refresh icon. Now for now, refresh icon is not visible. So what I'm gonna do is to refresh icon and do width of 18 pixels and give a height of 18 pixels and give transition transform 0.3s at ease. With that said, the actual thing should be visible right over there. Now for the refresh icon keyframes, what I'm gonna do is do refresh button dot loading dot refresh refresh icon, just like that. Okay, there we go. Okay, and that I'm gonna put a animation of spin, oops, 1 second, linear, and just do infinite. I'm gonna put the keyframes, that is keyframes spin, and do from transform rotate to 0 degree initially. I'm just gonna copy that, paste there. This will be 2 and this will be 360 degrees, just like that. Format the document and it will look something like that. Now that is our keyframe. So next is last updated. What I'm gonna do is put last updated and do text align center. I'm gonna give color. So color, I'm just gonna do RGBA, but this time I'm gonna put just like that. We should be fine. Now next is crypto grid. Now this is the actual magic. So not magic, we'll basically be just using grid. I'm just gonna do display grid. This is basically the grid that shows up about all of the things, right? We're gonna actually do the error handling, don't worry, like maybe I'm gonna style that. I'm just gonna first make our grid. I'm gonna do grid template columns. I'm gonna do repeat. I'm gonna do auto fit and do min max 350 pixels 1 fraction, just like that. I'm also gonna do gap 20 pixels. Also do margin bottom of 30 pixels. There we go. And that's our grid. Now for the crypto card, I'm actually gonna make a dummy card which we'll be using map to actually map it on the thing. So I'm gonna come down here and probably just do dot crypto because it's kind of pain in the ass. Like it's pain in the ass to like make it from from JavaScript because there are no emits, right? What I do is make a div of crypto card. Inside this, I'm gonna make another div that is crypto header, just like that. Inside this is our header. We'll also have a class of crypto info, just like that. Oops, just like that. Inside this will be a image tag. Now here, what I'm gonna do is actually put the JavaScript. So what I'm gonna do is put it just like this. So this is basically our JavaScript string manipulation by using the backtick. Now we don't have backtick here because this is actual HTML, which will basically get printed here. But what I'm gonna do is probably put like some sort of image which will be basically fetched by the API, right? And I'm gonna do the same here. What I'm gonna do here is put that paste it there. Instead of image, I'm just going to put a name. And this will have a class of crypto icon. So this will be actual image of the crypto. Now next is I'm going to make a div. Now, actually let's not overly complicate things. Next is the name. So this will have a crypto name. This will have a class of crypto name, and inside this I'm just going to paste that. And this will basically be our name, just like that. I'll do Control C, Control V. This will be the symbol, just like that. Now here, what I'm gonna do is that, and we should be good. Now next is after the Infro Finder. Now next is a small div that is crypto rank. So this will be the actual rank in the world of how much it ranks in the actual market, right? So this will basically be, I'm gonna put in hashtag over this and do a same thing, same string manipulation here, and put something like this will have a crypto rank and get either, this will be a small if else, that it's either crypto.market_cap.rank, or either it's just an A. That is nothing, there's nothing there. There we go, it's slowly coming to life. Now that is our header. Let's complete our header. Now next is the actual crypto price, right? That's all the most important thing about crypto is its price. I'm pretty sure Bitcoin is still at the top, I'm guessing, guys. Am I right? If I'm right, tell me so, because I have no idea if I'm right or wrong. So I'm gonna do that. So this would be the actual dollar sign, whereas this will be a string manipulation. So we gotta understand that, right? Now next, what I'm gonna do is do format. This is basically a function. This will be format crypto dot current price. It's like that. Now next is our market cap div. I'm just gonna put a market cap div inside this. I'm just gonna say something like market cap. This will basically say how much the actual market cap is of this specific crypto, right? I'm just gonna do format. I'm gonna do format large number and do crypto.market dot not dot market cap. Now that is the market cap. We're almost done here. There are a few things that I need to make, and that is our crypto changes. So this will basically be our main crypto change div, which we will be making. So this will be the main div. So I'm just gonna call it crypto changes, I guess. And inside this, I'm just gonna make a div saying change item. We'll have multiple items. The first one is the label. I'm gonna do change label and just put like something like 1h. There we go. Now next, what I'm gonna do is this will basically change in 1 hour, right? So here what I'm gonna do is give another that is change value. So this is the actual value or the price of the thing in 1 hour. So what I'm gonna do is do that same thing, and what I'm gonna do here is probably put get changed class. So basically a JavaScript function, just like that. Boom. Now that is the thing that we'll be making, right? What I'm gonna do is actually I need to put that inside the class, just like that. Boom. There we go. Now this will all make sense. It'll basically be the CSS styling change, right? Now inside this div, what I'm gonna do is again make. I'm just gonna copy this. I'm too lazy. What I'm gonna do here is probably put format percentage and do a price change in I think it was 1 hour. Yeah, it was 1 hour. There we go. Now that is our first div, so this will be our first, item for the thing. But what I'm gonna do is copy this and paste it 3 times. Now first one is for 1 hour, this is for 24 hours, and this is for the 7 days. I was gonna say 24 days, I don't know why. So I have to change a few things. That is 24, 24, 24. Copy paste is just so much amazing, guys, right? Oh my god. 7 days and 7 days. There we go. That is our thing. After this, I'm also gonna put another one of these. Oh, this is for the neutral. So what I'm gonna do is do volume. I'm just gonna label this as like volume 24 hours. I'm also gonna do language value, and this will be neutral. And this will be the total volume. So this basically be the volume of the thing. Now I'm just gonna do format large number. I'm actually really instead of this, I'm just gonna do crypto dot total volume. So this is basically nothing. We're basically preparing ourselves for the JavaScript. Again, you can probably put dummy data, but it's just too efficient to put it like this because we'll be copy pasting into JavaScript anyways. So yeah, that should be it. Now let's try to style this bad boy using our grid. So what I'm gonna do is do crypto dot card, which we made right over here, the div crypto card. What I'm gonna do is give a background of RGBA and have this kind of a grayish color. Gonna give a backdrop filter, and that will be a blur 20 pixels. Also gonna give a border of 1 pixel, solid RGBA, and give this much, kind of a grayish color or grayish border. Next is border radius. I'm just gonna go with 20 pixels, and also gonna give a padding of 24 pixels. Also give a transition. Now that should be fine. Now transition will just be a all 0.3 at ease, very easy. Position, I'm just gonna set it to relative, and overflow will be hidden. Just like that. Now for the crypto card before, right? What I'm gonna do is do content. I'm just gonna put it to empty string just like that, and do position absolute. I'm gonna do top 0, left 0, right. Do right and do 0. With height, I'm just gonna give it 3 pixels. Also gonna give background of linear gradient at the same thing, the exact same as this one. I'm just gonna do a copy and paste it right over there and do transform. I'm gonna do scale x0. So initially this will be 0. It will not have anything. And transition will be a smooth transform, because we'll be changing this transform property right here in our hover. So 0.3s at ease as always. And here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set the state for the hover. I'm gonna do crypto.car.hover, right? When hovering, I'll change the transform to translate y at -5 pixels. It basically left the actual thing, right? Now next is box shadow. I'm just gonna make a quick box shadow which we can put. It'll basically give a lifting effect while also giving a shadow. So it'll basically look more cooler. I'm just gonna do 0.3. Also give a border color of RGBA, and I'm just gonna put it right over probably this one, but a little more lighter. Next, what I'm gonna do is set the hover and before, right? I'm just gonna translate. I'm gonna do transform. It would initially scale 0. I'm just gonna scale this to 1. Right, there we go. Looks cool. Yeah, it does look cool, doesn't it? Yeah, it does look cool. Now next is crypto.card. Not crypto.card, crypto.header. What am I saying? Now next is crypto.header. What I'm gonna do is do display flex. I'm gonna do align items to center. I'm also gonna do justify content to space between, and I'm also gonna do margin bottom to 16 pixels. This is our header. Do crypto.info. So this will basically be another display. It will basically be another flex box. Align items to center, and I'm going to do a gap to 12 pixels, just like that. Now next is crypto icon. Pretty cool. What I'm gonna do is probably put a width of 40 pixels. Also gonna give a height of 40 pixels. I'm gonna give a border radius of 50%, but also giving a box shadow of 0, 4 pixels, 15 pixels, RGBA of around this much right there. A little bit darker. There we go. Now for the crypto name, right? What I'm gonna do is do crypto name and change the font size to 1.2 rem. It'll basically increase the font size right over there, just like that. And next thing I want to change is the font weight. It's 600. Right now it's really, really thin, as you can see. Next is margin bottom. I'm gonna give it 2 pixels, just like that. And for the crypto symbol, what I'm going to do here is give a font size of 0.9 rem. Also going to give a color of RGBA. This will be a white, but have a 0.7 color. Now next, I'm just going to do text transform to uppercase. This will basically change it to uppercase. I'm actually, my back hurts. The next is crypto rank, right? I'm just gonna put the background to around the same as this one. Why not? Also gonna give a color of the yellow kind of matches. Padding, I'm just gonna give it 4 pixels and 8 pixels. Border radius of 0.8 rem. It looks cool. Now next is font weight. I'm just gonna make it 600 pixels, just like that. Now next is crypto price. And do dot crypto, means set it to price. Now font size, I'm just gonna do 2 rem, just like that. Now next is font weight. I'm gonna make it 700. I'm gonna do margin bottom. I'm gonna put it to 12 pixels. Do color to white. There we go. Now next is crypto changes. I'm gonna do display grid. We're also gonna do grid template column, one fraction and one fraction. There we go. Okay, makes sense. Next is gap is 12 pixels, just like that. Okay, it kind of looks all over the place because it's just a bunch of dollar signs. But once we plug in the actual API and change the data, do some DOM manipulation using the object that's coming from it, then it will make all sense. Don't worry, guys. Now next is change item. I'm going to do text line. I'm going to put it to center. Do padding 8 pixels. Do border radius 8 pixels. Just like that. Also do background. I'm going to do background of RGBA. That is 255, 255, 255. And we'll have a really light color. That is that one. No, I was gonna say really dark. Never mind. Okay, I'm sorry. Next is change label. I don't know what I was supposed to say. You know what? I'm not gonna do anything. You know what? I'm not gonna do anything. I sometimes, not sometimes. I've done this I think 3 times already. Okay, next is this. So change label. I'm just gonna do font size 0.8 rem and also do color of, again, white color code, but 0.7. So it'll also make a kind of a lightish grayish color for the fonts. Now next is margin bottom. What I'm going to do is do margin bottom and 4 pixels should be fine. Now next is change value. And do change value here and give a font weight of 600 and font size of 0.9 rem. Just like that. Nothing to see here. Actually, there's a lot of things to see here. Now next is positive, right? What I'm gonna do is do positive and do color and put it the green color right there. Next dot negative. Also gonna give a color of kind of a reddish color, so I'm just gonna do this, I guess. So here what's happening is we're basically putting the success and the negative of the thing. We should be fine, and there should not be anything that we need to change, so we should be fine. Okay, moving on to another thing. Now what we did here is basically kind of simple. Like we did put these in the class. Yeah, we'll basically be doing that. This will either be negative or positive depending upon the function that it returns. So that's that. Now next thing that we will be doing is the neutral. So neutral is nothing fancy. I'm just gonna do that. And again, do RGBA. This time it'll basically be white color code, but we'll have 0.8. It'll kind of be a lighter texture, like that. Next is loading grid. What I'm gonna do is do display none first. Now this will basically erase it and instantly what I'm gonna do is comment. Now this is what we will be styling, right? I'm just gonna do text align. I'm gonna put it to center. It'll come to center right, just like that. I'm also gonna do padding to 60 pixels, and again another 20 pixels, just like that. And next is colors. What I'm gonna do is do RGBA and have the white color but kind of a grayish texture, like that. That's the loading grid. And now for the loading spinner, right? For the loading spinner, we'll basically be doing width. I'm gonna put it 50 pixels. Height, I'm gonna put it 50 pixels as well. I'm also gonna do border radius, not border of 4 pixels, solid RGBA, and it'll be a really dark black color or gray color. I think that's too dark. I'm just gonna put it to, yeah, that's more like it. Now next what I'm gonna do is give border top. When do border top 4 pixels, solid. When do yellow, the same dark yellow color right there. This will basically put a border. Now to make it a kind of thing, I'm just gonna put a border radius 50%. Now this will basically look like a actual loading. Now to change it, I'm just gonna add again animation. It'll basically be spin 1 second, linear, infinite. Now since we already put the animation for loading, it will basically spin just like that. And do margin to 0, auto, and 20 pixels. So basically have just like that. Now I can basically do display none and say bye bye to that, and basically bring it when we're actually loading a web page, just like that. Now next we will be styling error. So you might be thinking, why is this like garbage still here? Why are you not styling it? Guess what? We're doing it right now. Okay, don't worry. There we go. It's here. Now next is background. What I'm gonna do is just scroll down so you guys actually see, and Emmet just does not hide what I'm typing, as always. I kind of hate that, but I still always need that. That's the that's the only thing that's not keeping me from removing it completely. So that's that. So what I'm gonna do here is do 240. It's kind of a close color to this. I'm just gonna change a few stuff, just like that, and have 54, and do 0.1 instead of 0. There we go. That will be the color. For border, I'm just gonna do 1 pixel solid reddish color, since it's error, right? That makes the most sense. All right. Now for the border radius, I'm just gonna put it so that the edges are curved, but it's not too curved. And I'm also gonna give padding, but because it looks ugly right now, I'm also gonna give a color of probably the same color, just like that. Yeah, looks kind of error, doesn't it? Now after that, I'm just gonna do display none, and also gonna do margin 20 pixels, 0, and boom, that's fine. Now for the error show, which will basically show the error, I'm just gonna put it to display block and do animation of fade in. There we go, fade in 0.5 second at heats. Now for the keyframes, as always, we put for the fade ins are just like fade in. What I'm gonna do here is basically do from opacity to 0. So initially it will have opacity of 0. We're also having a transform of translate to 10 pixels, just like that, and it will be 2, opacity 1, so it will basically be visible. I also have a transform of, I just realized the wrong bracket. There we go. And transform is going to put it to translate at 0. It will basically be just like that. It will basically fade in. Now that's that. Okay. And at last is the market cap. And we'll just do few media queries and we should be good. What I'm gonna do is do font size. I'm gonna do 0.85 rem, and color I'm just gonna put it RGBA while having around this. This will be the color, and also have a margin top of 8 pixels, just like that. Also, I'm gonna give a margin block. There we go. Now last, I'm gonna do media queries for the max width of 768 pixels for the mobiles. I'm just gonna do a few different stuff and nothing too crazy. For header, I'm just gonna change the font size to 2.2 rem, just like that. And next is the controls div. I'm just going to change the flex direction to column and also have align items to stretch, just like that. Now for the search container, I'm just going to put it to max width to none, like that. And for the crypto grid, I'm just going to do grid template columns 1 fraction. Now crypto card, I'm just going to do padding 20 pixels. Now it should be relatively, yeah, it should be, yeah, it is responsive, as you can see. But since it's responsive, I'm just going to put it just like that, but make it kind of more visible. And if I do, there you go, I change it, it is responsive. Now next is the last is the JavaScript. And yeah, let's start our JavaScript, shall we? So what I'm going to do here is do let all cryptos equals to empty array. So this will be our initial array, which will be, again, it will be blank, and I'm going to do filtered. This one get filtered cryptos, just like that. And this will be all cryptos, and this will be our filtered cryptos. So what I'm gonna do here is, now next I'm just gonna call all of our DOMs. My first one is crypto grid, and this is document dot get element by ID, and this will be a crypto grid. Now this, I'm just gonna call it around 6 times. I think we have 6 of these. Now first is loading grid, and next is our error div. Need to change that to error. That to loading grid. The next is refresh button. I'm just gonna copy that and paste there. Next is search input. I'm also gonna put it there. Make sure I have the actual search input, because sometimes I actually forget. Yeah, there you go. And next is last updated. So this will basically be our last updated thing. I'm just gonna do last updated, just like that. This is all of our DOMs. Now I'm just gonna make a quick thing of top cryptocurrencies, right? I'm just gonna put this. This will basically be an array of all of the top crypto currencies. What I'm gonna do here is first, I'm just gonna make it Bitcoin. Next is Ethereum. This is basically names that I have. Ethereum and Binance Coin. Just like that. And next is Cardano. Next is Dogecoin. I'll put like, I think 6 of these should be fine. Next I'm just gonna do Stellar. And it should be good. I think that's enough. Yeah, that should be fine. Now next what I'm gonna do is do a sync. Since we'll be calling an API, we need a sync function, or you can also do by fetch and then using promise. But I like to do it like this because it's easier, obviously. There'll be a fetch crypto data. This will be a sync function. We'll first make our try block. First saying show loading true. So this will basically be a loading function that we'll be making just like that in a bit. Don't worry. Now next is hide error. Just like that. There's another hide error, so this will basically show the loading and it'll hide the error. Now here we'll basically fetch the API, so we'll do const response dash await. We'll await the response using fetch. We'll use fetch to get the data from the API. What I'm gonna do is basically put the API around here, so we'll basically put it right over here inside a thing. Boom, there we go. That's our API. Give me a second, let me format the document. I guess that does not work. Oops, that should have worked though. Okay, whatever. If it doesn't, then it's fine. Next is if the response is good. So I'm gonna do is if response is not okay. If it's not okay, what I'm gonna do is just throw new error and just say http error status and just log our error. I'm just gonna do response dot status. I'm just gonna log the status and we should be fine. Now next is the actual data. I'm gonna do const data equals, I'm just gonna await it. I'm just gonna change the JSON data to a JavaScript object, just like that. I'm also gonna do console log. I'm just gonna log the data, the JSON data, also, or JavaScript object. You can call it everything, anything you want to say. Now next is all cryptos. So all cryptos, I'm gonna mutate the empty array into all cryptos equals to data and filter cryptos equals to data. Just like that. But once it will basically change all of that and just basically filter it. Now next is the display. What I'm gonna do is to display cryptos. So this will basically be our another function, basically, you know, take all of our data or display all of the data. And I'm also gonna do last updated time. There'll basically be a real time of the thing. And show loading, I'm just gonna do it false. Above that, I'm just gonna unset the show loading, and that should be fine. Now for the catch block, I'm not gonna do anything crazy. I'm just gonna do console.error, and error fetching the data. I'm just gonna log the error, and we should be fine. And also do show loading to false because we're still doing that, and do show error. There you go. And just basically show the error. This is our one function. Again, this is a asynchronous function. And yeah, next is display all of our things. So we have made the thing, right? Now first what I'm gonna do is check the API is working. It is not. The reason it's not is there are a lot of things that still need to be done. Yeah, pretty cool. Now next is the thing. So what I'm gonna do is so here what I'm gonna do is make a function. So function display cryptos, and just type cryptos as a parameter, just like that. And I'm gonna check if cryptos dot length is equals to 0. If the length is 0, I'm just gonna type crypto.grid.innerHTML, and this will basically have a thing. Basically be a div with a style of text align. I'm basically manually typing it. Text align of center, color of white. Actually, I'm gonna put it white. And next, I'm just gonna do padding 40 pixels. And with that said, I'm gonna close that and do that. And I'm gonna say no cryptocurrencies found matching your search. There we go. And close our div, just like that. And that will be our tags that will get sent in our inner HTML. Pretty sweet. And after that, there's no point in that. I'm just gonna return from the function because there's nothing to write anyway, so what will you even write, am I right? Next is crypto.grid. Now that's for the actual thing, if it actually exists. I'm just gonna do crypto.grid. I'm just gonna map. Now since what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the existing thing, right? I'm just gonna map it to cryptos. I'm just gonna do crypto. And here I'm just gonna do const price change 24 hours. So in 24 hours, what I'm gonna do is crypto dot price change. Give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna do percentage. We're basically pulling this from the APIs. So yeah, just to let you know. I'm gonna do that, and there we go. So I'm just gonna paste it 2 times. So this will be a 7-day, right? And this will be a 1 hour. Now here what I'm going to do is basically everything will be just as the same. However, I am going to change that to that and that to that. There we go. I'm going to do return. Now remember we made this with all of that percentage chunk. Yeah, we're going to paste that into that. Yep, I'm going to take this crypto changes. This is our crypto. Just like that, I'm going to do Control X. That will basically return that, and inside this, I'm just going to paste that just like that. Okay, that is our div. There we go. I'm going to refresh a bit. Yeah, okay. So that's fine. In a bit, we'll fix it out. Why are you worrying? You know, we can do it. And at last, I'm just gonna do join that. Now that's that, right? Get that. And we should be fine. Now we haven't called the function, so we should be fine. Now next what I'm gonna do is, next is another function for format price. So we'll basically format the price. I'm gonna do if basic string. I'm just gonna do if price is greater than or equals to 1, then just basically return price dot to local string. I'm just gonna do n US. I'm gonna change that to minimum. Oops, there we go. And I need to change that too. There we go. I'm gonna do first minimum fraction. It's a minimum fraction digits. That is 2, right? And for the maximum, that will also be 2. I'm just gonna do maximum. Go. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now for the else, I'm just gonna do return price dot to fixed and do 6. There we go. Now for the format large number, what I'm gonna do is make a function about format large number, and do num. Now if num is greater than or equals to 1e112, I'm just gonna return num slash 1e12 dot fixed and do 2 plus the string t. There we go. Now for the else if, I forgot the condition. Oops. The condition will be pretty much simple. Do num greater than or equals to 1e9. I'm just gonna return num slash 1e9 and do dot to fixed 2, but this time it will be b. There you go. Now I have one more left. I'm just gonna copy paste it just like that. I'm just gonna copy paste it just like that, and here this will basically be 6 and just divided by 6. This will be 2, and this will be for large numbers. And for the else, I'm just gonna return num to local string, and we should be fine. There we go. Now for the percentage, what I'm gonna do is do function format percentage give to percentage, just like that. If percentage is equal to null or percentage is undefined, if it either one of those, I'm just gonna simply return /a. Simple as that. I'm just gonna do const sign equal percentage greater than or equals to 0. If that returns true, I'm gonna return a plus signature, and also if it isn't, I'm just gonna return nothing or an empty string. I'm also gonna return, okay, for you can't return two things from a single function. Okay, I meant I'm gonna do is do sign, and I'm just gonna do percentage. I'm just gonna, oops, I forgot $sign here. Just like that. I'm just gonna do percentage dot toFixed 2 and do percentage. This will basically our percentage format. Okay, so that's that. Now next is get changed class. What I'm gonna do is do function get changed class and basically set the percentage of the thing, and basically have some few simple and easy things. I'm gonna do is if percentage is greater than 0, I'm gonna return positive. This will basically be, that will basically say either it will basically change the color of the text to green or red depending on this thing right here. Also what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy paste this. So this is a simple thing. Either it's positive or it's negative. Simple as that, right? Now the next is just either return neutral. I mean, if it's not either that or that, it has to be either neutral, right? But it'll probably almost never return that, because it will be either greater than 0 or less than 0. It can't be exactly a 0. That will be really cool if it were exactly a 0, guys. Now next is our show loading function. I'm just gonna type show loading, and that will basically say show, just like that. I am gonna format the document a little bit, just like that. We'll do loading grid dot style dot display to show either if block, if that thing returns, this thing returns, which is the parameter coming from the actual function. If that returns true, then it will basically set to block either, or it will basically set to none. And if show, and what I'm going to do is refresh button dot class list dot add, I'm going to say loading, just like that, and refresh button dot disabled equals to true. There we go. Else, I'm just gonna do refresh button. Now instead of adding, I'm just gonna remove. Obviously it's else statement, right? Just gonna do remove and do refresh button dot disable, and is set to false, just like that. That is our show loading. Now next is show error. This is basically very straightforward thing. I'll basically set the error div to class list and just add show, just like that. Pretty simple. Now next is hide error. So this is, again, is very easy. That is error. This time instead of class list, I'm just gonna remove the show from the class. Right? Makes sense, right? We're almost done, guys. Don't worry. We're almost done. We're almost done. Few more function left. So next is function. And I'm going to do, this is the last updated time. I'm going to do last updated time. I'm going to do const now equals to new date. So this will basically return a Unix time, if I remember what's that called. It'll basically return a integer or a long, and it'll basically be the number of seconds that is till now, right? From, I think, epoch, I don't know how long the thing is, I don't remember. So it's last updated. We have to change the time. So what we'll do is basically do now dot locale date2 locale date time string, not date, time string, and set that to just like that, and that will give us the time. Now that is last updated time. Now that another is function filtered crypto. So this will be the last function that we'll be creating. Technically, last function. We still have to add our event listeners, which again have their own anonymous functions. If you don't count them, then this is the last function that we will be creating. Now next is search term. What I'm going to do is search term to lower case and change it to lowercase, and also do a quick trim in this, because sometimes it can come with it's a search term, so it can come with you know, those things, the blank spaces. Now if the term is a blank or null, it'll basically do filter cryptocurrency equals to all cryptos. The else, what I'm gonna do is do filter cryptos equals to all cryptos dot filter what I'm gonna do is do a crypto. I'm just gonna do that. Oops, not that. I'm gonna do crypto dot name to lowercase, and also includes, it'll basically filter out the thing that includes the term. Also say the or statement saying crypto dot symbol dot to lowercase includes, not include, I said includes term. There we go. Not text matrix, but the term. Now that is our search filtered cryptos function. Now either that, and at last I'm just gonna do display cryptos to filtered cryptos. I'm just gonna call that. Now for our event listeners, for refresh button, I'm just gonna add event listener. I wanna put input. For input, I'm gonna listen it by that. Also do that, and also do filter cryptos e dot target dot value. There we go. Pretty cool. Now next is set interval, and I'm just gonna set it to fetch crypto data. I'm just gonna put it to 60,000. There we go, just like that. And at last, actually call our function. Okay, just like that. Now, already been declared. And 185. Where has it been declared? What? Oh, okay, so I was gonna do a 185 for filtered cryptos. Okay, give me a second, guys. I think I messed up somewhere. Filtered cryptos has been already declared. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, so for filtered cryptos, what I'm gonna do is give me a second. So where is the thing coming from? The next is filtered crypto, right? 185 filtered cryptos. Search term. So it's already declared, so we have to probably do something like this probably. And also have a yeah, I'm also gonna do that. And give me a second. And here what I'm gonna do is I accidentally put input there and it should be click. Now for the what I'm gonna do is do search input. Right, actually what I'm gonna do is probably like change that to search input because it's the same thing. And change that to input and do refresh button, the refresh button dot add event listener. Add event listener, I'm just gonna basically put that to click and do fetch crypto data. Just like that. I'm still getting a lot of errors, so we'll fix it one by one. Don't worry, guys. Now, next thing what I can do here is probably look out for more errors. Okay, found another one. Okay, that is volume, not column. I don't know why I put column there. Okay, so that's that. Now next is what I need to do is wait, give me a second. Oh, okay, there we go. It's already showing it. We'll debug it one by one. Okay, found another one. There we go. That's like this thing though. Now next is the thing. What I can do is just put it like, just like that. Okay, so don't worry, I'm gonna fix it one by one. Hopefully that is. Like I said, it is not getting used, so that's weird. That's okay. Value change for 1 hour, 24 hours, and 7 day. I'm gonna do that, and that's probably 7D. That's makes sense, just like that. The next is refresh. I want to check the refresh too because the thing is, I don't think that's working. Oh, okay, so it's another spelling mistake. What else do we have? Oh, okay, so that's text content. So yeah, that what else is missing? So JavaScript. We go here. This add event listener is not working apparently. And it is returning null. That means that doesn't have a refresh button. How is that possible though? what I can do is to console.log and just, okay, that is returning null. That means there is no button with refresh. Okay, I see why there isn't one. Okay, so I think that should work. Okay, it works. Finally. Oh my god, my head is like actually not functioning correctly. So that is our crypto price tracker. You can probably search anything here and just to refresh. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm not gonna even like do things here for like why the search thing is not working. Give me a second, guys. Well, is the API working though? It is working. So that's great. Filtered is not a function. Okay, so give me a second. What is wrong here? It's something, I know it has to do something with the filtered, obviously, but like, okay. So let's go to our error page, just like here. This 204. So that is, okay, that's filter. We just changed the name of the function. And yeah, next is the, yeah, that should be fine. That's it. I think our search function should work. Yeah, it's working. There we go. The Bitcoin, it actually works and shows the current market stat, and yeah, it works. It's a function. Like when I do Ethereum, what's the spelling? Here, there we go. It works. So with that said, guys, if you enjoyed me getting a headache and just losing myself and going crazy, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And see you guys in next stream, I guess, and with more projects and more headaches. Goodbye. So again, with another day, another project. So today we're building a fairly simple, but still having a really nice UI of a breathing app. So this will be an app to basically help you do breathing exercises, right? You're just breathing, it will just tell you to inhale and exhale. So that's what we will be doing. So without further ado, let's get started. So I've already made a project folder with the obviously index.html file. What I'm gonna do is open this index.html file. There we go. And put this right over there. There we go. So that's our thing, right? There we go. So let's start with, actually I'll also make others other files, that is style.css and also a script.js, because we also need the styling and our JavaScript for it, right? What I'm gonna do is make a simple boilerplate quickly. I'm just gonna do that and just name it breathing app, just like that. That will change the name, just like that, and also link our style.css and our script.js. There we go. So that should link all of our things. Now let's start. Okay, there is not much of JavaScript. Not JavaScript. There's not much of HTML, but there's a lot of CSS and JavaScript. So this will be a simple but really technically complicated, but like, because we'll be also using audio and a lot of animations to make our UI really clean. So yeah, that's with that. So now for the first thing. So what I'm gonna do is make a div for background particles. Now what we'll be doing is to give it a really clean and relaxing kind of vibe. We'll be making few particles that will be just making it to move and just having it to float in the background. So from JavaScript, we'll do it. So we'll basically just put it just like that, just make a simple div for it in the HTML. Okay. So next is the actual app. So this is the actual container. So I'm going to make a div that has a class of container, has an h1 of com, which will be, styling with that, and also make a paragraph tag with a class of subtitle. Okay. And this will just be like find your center through breathe. This will basically be a kind of a slogan. There we go. That should appear right there. Now next is we'll be making another div that has a class of breathing circle. This will basically be the breathing circle. The main, what do you call it? The main thing that will just basically rise and again shrink. Like rise obviously being you to, like telling you to breathe, and shrink saying exhale. I'm gonna scroll down because emits always cover up all of my screen. I'm gonna do toggle breathing. So this will basically be a function that we'll be creating in JavaScript, which will be called every time you click this div. And after this, what I'm gonna do is go inside this div and make another div for the actual circle. So this will basically have a class of circle and also have a class of ID, because we can, basically call it from JavaScript, and also have a div of, they'll basically have a, they'll basically have a div of style. What I'm gonna, okay, that I was not supposed to do that. I'm gonna do style, and I'm just gonna style it and saying color white, font size 1.2 rem. Okay, the thing is, guys, I normally don't generally recommend you do inline CSS, but it is not much. So I'm just gonna do that. So this will basically have a color of white, font size of 1.2 rem, because I want the thing to have big font, and also have a font weight of 300, relatively thin, and also have a z index of 2. Normally, all of our other if they're not z index applied to it, they normally have a z index of 0 because they don't have z index, right? So that's it. Now with that said, I should be fine. What I'm going to do here is also give it text breathe. So this will be the thing, and we should be good. Okay. Are there any? Okay, so I think that should be done. So next, what I'm gonna do is probably after this, what I'm gonna do here is next is the instruction. So what I'm gonna do here is class. I'm gonna give a class of instructions, and also an ID of instruction. Hopefully I spelled the instruction correctly, and give click the circle to begin. So this is the actual instructions we give. And after this is what I'm gonna do is give a controls. So this will be a class or a div that will have all of the controls, that is start or reset. Now those are the two controls we'll be making. Both of them being a button, obviously. We have a button of class btn, and I'm gonna do ×2 because I want 2 of them. Just like that. And this will have an ID of play button, and also have I need to scroll down again. This will have a on click, not on click, of toggle breathing. So this will basically be, another one of basically the same function as this. But you know, if you click on the circle and on the start button, it should do the same thing. So these have the same function. So I'm just gonna put their start just like that. And also what I'm gonna do is set reset here. And here what I'm gonna do is on click, I'm gonna reset session. This will be our second function that we'll be creating in our JavaScript. That will basically, you know, reset. As pretty much the name suggests, right? Now this will be the second last div that we'll be making is our sound controls. So what this does is basically, okay, okay, the world where I'm retarded. Okay, so what it basically does is we'll be basically putting audio in our website. So this will basically trigger different sounds. So what I'm going to do is all of these, again, as I said, are buttons, right? What I'm going to do is do button.sound button. So this will be, I'll creating 4 of them, just like that. This will be 4 of the buttons. One is the rain, so this will basically trigger rain noises or rain sound, and this will trigger ocean and forest, right? And the next one will trigger silence. They'll basically just put it to silence, right? Because when you're breathing or you're doing like breathing exercises or anything like that, you sometimes need sound. I think there are a lot of people who actually use different noises like birds chirping. I could have put it there, but I forgot, so oops. It's fine. So that we'll be putting 4 of these and we should be good. So that's it. So what I'm going to do here is basically have, I'm just gonna, you know, just copy paste this because they all have the same function, only different parameters. So that is, and I'm just gonna put that to ocean, oops, and that to forest. Last one to silence. So that I think that should be good. Now after this, what I'm gonna do is at last make a time display or timer display. So this will essentially be, and also have a class of a timer. This will basically be a timer, okay? As the name suggests, it basically says how long the actual breathing exercise or breathing took place. Simple as that. I don't think there's anything complicated than this. Okay, that's it. That is our HTML structure. Yeah, it looks relatively simple. Well, let's move on to our JavaScript, right? So what we're gonna do is, okay, not JavaScript, CSS. What am I saying? Today I'm actually retarded, so you'll see a retarded version of me today. Okay, so let's move on to our CSS, and first, obviously, we'll do our bare essentials that we always do. That is margin 0, padding, oops, padding 0, and box sizing to be border box, right? We always do it. That's like our tradition at this point, right? Now next is body. So as always, we used normal and same font. Today it's gonna be a little bit different, a little bit. What I'm gonna do here is do Apple system, and what I'm gonna do is actually what I'm gonna do here is cut out the things I don't need. So I don't need until sans serif here. And here instead of system UI, I'm just gonna do SF Pro display. That is our uh, font that we'll be using, right? So now I'll move on to another thing. So next, what I'm gonna do is give background. We'll be using, as always, we'll be using a linear gradient for 135 degrees, and we'll be using a bluish thing. So I'm just gonna use that. That's actually not that. That is the thing. There we go. That's our one background. We'll be using 0% of this, and we'll be using 7. kind of purple, so 764 and BA2s. So we'll be using 100% of that, and let's see our gradient. As you can see, looks kind of good. It should be fine. I don't think that should be anything there. There we go. So that's our background, right? What I'm going to do is next I'm going to give a min height of 100 VH. Also give a display of flex. Also give align item center. And also give justify content center. Also give overflow to hidden because I don't want it to overflow here. And next, what I'm gonna give is give a position of relative. So again, and since it's body, we have to put everything onto the relative. To be fair, the thing is, it will automatically put it to relative, but it's just always good to say body is the relative one because sometimes it does set relative to HTML, right? The next is background particles. As I said before, we'll be using a background particles to basically, it will basically move around in the background. We'll basically put it right over there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it position absolute, right? Give a z index of 0. Because I want it to always be on the background, right? And I'm going to give a top of 0 and give a left of 0. By the way, I think I gave you misinformation earlier. I think I said everything has a z-index of 0. That's not true. By default, everything has a z-index of 1. Okay. So, or it doesn't have z-index at all because it's just stacked. So, yeah. I'm just going to give a width of 100%, just like that, and also give a height of 100% because, I want it to cover the whole screen, and also give overflow to hidden. Oops. There we go. And also give a, yeah, I think that should be fine. I don't think I need anything other than that. There we go. Now for the particles. So this is the thing that we'll be using JavaScript to generate. So, but I still necessary to mention or style this bad boy, right? What I'm going to do is give position to absolute, give a really small height because there will basically be small circular particles. I'm just going to give a background of a kind of a whitish color. So this will be 255, 255, 255. This is basically the, color code for white, but we will basically give a kind of a grayish texture for that. There you go. If you decrease the alpha here, they'll basically tune down to kind of a grayish texture than perfect white. And if I do all the way there, they'll basically be a perfect white color, right? But I don't want it, so I'm just gonna give it 0.3 and we should be fine. So next is the border radius. Since I want it to be circular, I'm just gonna give border radius 50%. That'll basically make it a perfect circle. Next is animation. So as I said, we'll basically be making animations. They'll basically have a float and float animation, about 8 seconds. It will go on to infinite and it will be linear. There we go. Now, since we add an animation, we also have to add keyframes, right? So this will kind of be a bigger keyframe than normally we're used to. I messed up the syntax. I also need to mention which type of animation I'm doing it for. So at 0%, so what I'm going to do is at 0%, this will basically have a transform of translate at y, saying 100 VH. So basically translate, and also have a translate x at 0 pixels. There we go. That's it. And also have an opacity of 0. So initially it will not have any opacity. It will not be seen. At 10%, so 10% onto the animation, I'll basically put the opacity to 1, making it visible. And 90%, I'm going to put the same thing. So I'm just going to copy it. It's the same thing. 90% and 100%. right, at 100%, this will basically transform. I'm going to scroll down here, translate add y to negative 100 pixels. It'll basically come up, really up at 100 pixels up. I also have a translate x of 100 pixels. There we go. That's our keyframes for that animation. Now next is container. So this is our main div. So what I'm going to do here is give a bunch of styling because this is our main container. I'm going to give a RGBA about same but a lot more darker. There we go. I misspelled the container. There we go. Now next is filter. I mean backdrop filter. So I'm just gonna give it blur about 20 pixels, just like that. Also give a border radius of about 30 pixels. That should make it perfect. Not perfect, but it should have a rounded edge. And also give a padding of 60 pixels and about 40 pixels. There we go. Now next is text align. I want everything to be at center, obviously. I also have a box shadow of 0, 25 pixels and 50 pixels. Give a RGBA of 000. They'll basically the black color code. I'll have a slightish, a very fadey black color. There we go. You can see the texture of the shadow is very subtle. And next is border. I'm just gonna give a 1 pixel solid RGBA, and this will basically have the same as this. There we go. Now next is position 2. I'm gonna put it to relative and have a z-index of 1. I'm gonna give a max height. Actually, I'm gonna give max width. Max width, I'm gonna put it around 400 pixels. And width, I'm just gonna do 90%. There we go. If you're wondering what it does, it basically sets the max width of this container to about 400 pixels. And this basically says to be 90% of that 400 pixels. There we go. Now next is styling the h1 tag. Okay. There are not many h1 tags, to just one, so you can directly call h1 tag in this scenario. But if you had multiple h1 tags, you can do dot container and space h1 tag. This will select this h1 tag. To be fair, it's the same thing, but yeah, you could do that in that scenario. So I'm gonna do for this is basically have a really simple styling, not too much. I'm gonna give a color of white and also give a font size of about 2.5 rem. I think it should be relatively big if I do that. What am I doing? I save that. Yeah, there we go. And also have a font weight of 300. There you go, really subtle, really thin. And also have a margin bottom of 10 pixels. And also have a letter spacing of negative pixels. There we go. And that's our h1 tag. Now next is the subtitle. I'm gonna do color. I'm just gonna do a simple white, but I'm gonna give a fade white. There you go, subtitle, but really thinner white than normal, perfect white. I'm gonna give a font size of 1.5 rem. I'm also gonna give a margin bottom of 50 pixels. I'm gonna give a font weight of 300. There we go. Now next is the breathing circle. And do breathing circle. So what it'll do is give a width of 200 pixels. I'm going to give a height of 200 pixels. I'm also going to give a margin of 0, auto, and 40 pixels. I'm also going to give a position of relative. Let's give a cursor to pointer. There we go. There you go. There you can see the breathe. For you guys wondering why didn't you see breathe earlier, yeah, there we go. It was not bigger enough, okay, for the actual text. So after this, to style the circle, what I'm gonna do here is put it very simple. To make a circle, you just give border radius at 50% and give a border. That's it, right? Not too fancy. What I'm gonna do here is give a width of 100%. I mean 100%. There we go. Next is height. I'm going to give 100%. There we go. And also give a border radius. Border radius of 50%. That should make it a circle. Now to actually show it, we have to give a border, right? I'm going to give a border of around 2 pixels solid RGBA, and it will have again whitish but have a fade gray kind of texture. There we go. So here the breathe is at the top, which makes sense, you know, but we'll fix it, don't worry. So for the first, we'll put the background. For background, I'm going to give a radial gradient at, of course, it's a circle, and I give a RGBA to around the 255, 255, and 255, comma 0.3. There we go. Now, so this will be a, I guess, around 0%, I guess. I'll get another color here and put RGBA. I'll have the same thing as this, just like that. I'm just going to paste that. It'll have a different value, more darker gray, and give it 100%. If I save that, that should make it. Yep. So let's fix the breathe. Okay, so it's at the top of the circle. To make it at the center, what I'm going to do here is very simple. You should know by now. We'll do display flex, making it a flex box. I'm going to do align item center, and I'll put it at the center at the y-axis. I'm going to do justify content center. That will basically put, you know, center at the x-axis, making it exactly at the middle. After that, I'm just going to put the transition for this. I'm going to do all 0.3 seconds at ease, and also have a position of relative. Also do overflow to hidden. There we go. Now you cannot see transition because we'll also have to put what transition to put it in. Okay, any transition or any, you know, resizement video, it will basically do at that transition. Now for the circle, what I'm going to do here is do before. So this is the before state of the circle. I'm going to do content. I'm going to put a string, empty string there. I'm going to do position to absolute. Scroll down a little bit. Now for the top, what I'm going to do is negative 50%. I'm going to do left. I'm going to do negative 50%. I'm going to do width to 100%. There we go. Also going to give a height of 200%. There we go. Also going to give a background. So for the background, I'm going to give a conic gradient. There we go. So they'll start from around 0 degrees, and it will go to, it will be transparent and have a RGBA of 255. It'll basically be the same color code but with a darker, very dark, almost black actually, but it's gray, and have a transparent. There we go. Now this is the before state, right? I'm going to do animation. We'll do rotate and do 6 seconds at linear infinite. There we go. And this will basically have opacity of 0 initially. And transition it around opacity opacity 0.3 at ease. I think that should be fine. Now next is what we will do is to circle dot active. So if we put the class list, we'll change it to JavaScript. If we do before and put the active, we'll basically have opacity of 1, right? Now after we do all of this, what I'm gonna do here is basically have a keyframe. Obviously what I'm gonna do is give a keyframes identifier. I'm gonna do rotate here, and I'm just gonna put 0% transform rotate about 0 degrees. At 100% and do transform rotate 360 degrees. There we go. That is our keyframes. Okay, that should be fine. Now for the breathe animate, what I'm going to do here is to animation. I'm just going to do breathe 8 seconds infinite ease in out. There we go. That's our animate. And I'm also gonna do a keyframes. I'm just gonna put breathe, and also gonna do at 0% to 100%, 0% and 100%. I'm gonna do transform to scale 1, right? I'm just gonna do box shadow. I'm gonna kind of increase the box shadow to that because it will basically scale up, right? Not scale up. I think this is the initial position that will not scale up. But what I'm gonna do here is have that, right? That is 0 and 100. Now next is 25%, until 25%. It will basically scale up at I'm gonna do transform to scale 1.3 times. There we go. And also have a box shadow of 0, 0, 30 pixels, and do RGBA. Basically have the same thing. There we go. And also have okay, so that's that. And now about 50%, I'm just gonna do transform scale 1. It'll change back to 1. And box shadow, it will be the same. I think we have to increase the box shadow at 25%, I think, because it's scaled down. I'm just gonna do double the box shadow, just like that, and have around, and also have a darker. I'm gonna copy that and paste it right here because it's the same thing. The 75%, again, it will scale up. Actually, I think it will make more sense if you just scale down. So I'm just gonna put like something like 0.8 here. That means a smaller shadow. Oops. I also have a smaller color, or like a fader color. That's it. Great. Okay, so next is the instruction, but before that, what I'm gonna do, I don't think I need to do, it's fine. Okay, that should be done. So this will basically be the animation that will basically add at the class list of this circle right here, and it should animate. So currently it's not animating because we don't have anything, right? If I do, let's say if I wanted to animate this, I could probably do something like I can probably put it right over here. Save that, That will be our animation. There we go. You can see the animation going down. Yep. As you can see. So I'm just gonna cut that for now. So we'll be doing that dynamically using JavaScript in a bit. So yeah, that is what we did. So next is dot instructions. I hope you guys having fun coding or, seeing me code. If you do, hit that like buttons. Don't forget to hit that like button, guys. It's free and it makes us feel good. Wait, actually that sounds very wrong, but like, you get what I'm saying, right? Let's just font size. So font size, I'm just gonna put 1.3 rem, and also I give color white because come on, it suits our theme. So next is font size, and another is font weight. Where there are font size, we also have to put font weight. That's like a tradition and front end. Next is margin. So margin, I'm just gonna give 20 pixels and 0. Instructions. There we go. Click here to begin. Yep, makes sense. But the thing is not putting that size. I think messed up here. Give me a second, guys. Let me check. Yep. There we go. I was saying why didn't it turn to white? I was like very confused there. Next is opacity. I'm just gonna give a opacity of 0 because I don't want it to see in the beginning. But I'm also gonna comment this part out for now. I'm just gonna do transition. I'm gonna do opacity to 0.5 seconds at ease. There we go. And also do instructions dot active. Pretty straightforward. In up, initially it has 0 opacity. I'm just gonna give opacity of 1. That will basically make it, appear. That's it. Now I'm just gonna uncomment that out, and that should disappear just like that. Now next is controls, right? For the controls div, which is the main container for controls, this one right here, I'm gonna do for this, I'm not gonna do anything too crazy because this is just a container. I'm gonna do a display. Okay. I'm gonna do a display flex. I'm gonna do gap 20 pixels. I'm gonna do justify content as center. I'm also gonna give a margin top of 40 pixels. Just like that. Makes sense. Did I? Okay. I think I didn't mess up. Hopefully. Yep. Makes sense. Now next is what I'm gonna do here is for the button. All of these buttons right there. Not all of them. These two on the siders like that. What I'm gonna do here is give a background color. A background of the same thing. I'm gonna do RGBA. I'm gonna put this gray color. Also give a border of 1 pixel solid. I'm also gonna give RGBA around this color right here. I'm gonna give a color of white. I'm gonna scroll down a little more. There we go. Next is padding. I'm gonna give padding of 15 pixels and 30 pixels. I'm gonna give a border radius of 50 pixels. There we go. Looks clean. Now next I'm gonna give a cursor of pointer. I'm gonna give a font size of 1 rem. That should make it relatively bigger, just like that. Next is font weight. I can give font weight of 300. Also give a transition of all 0.3 seconds at ease, the normal transition. I'm also gonna give a blur effect. So I'm gonna give a backdrop filter, blur around 10 pixels. There we go. The glass morphism effect is kind of cool. If you think that's cool, hit that like button. The next is background. So for the hover effect, I'm not going to do too crazy. I'm just going to change the background to a little bit more darker, just like that. The mean was 0.3. I'm just going to put it 0.4. Nothing too crazy. And next is the transform. Now for the hover effect, I'm just gonna make it so the button lifts up a little bit. As always, I do the same thing. I'm just gonna move it upward by -2 pixels, and I'm also gonna give a box shadow of 0, 10 pixels, and 25 pixels. Do RGBA, the same thing. If I do there, you can see that it has a cool effect when I hover it. Now next is button, right? For the btn.active, what I'm gonna do is give a background of the same thing, just like that. Just gonna put it just like that. Actually, what I'm gonna do here is give the same effect. I'm gonna give 0.3 here, change that to 0.2, right? Oh, it was 0.2 then. Oh, okay. So for active, what I'm gonna do is give 0.4, because I think active will look more. If the active looks more whitish, then that'll just make sense. I'm gonna do that and also change the box shadow kind of. So here, what I'm gonna do for the box shadow, I'm just gonna. What I'm gonna do is have same as this, but I'm gonna change it slightly. So that is, I'm not gonna have that, so that'll be 0, kind of a less, I guess 20 pixels. And next, I'm just gonna have it a little darker. Yep. Okay, that hover effect makes sense. And if I click or set it to active, then it should be putting. So next is sound controls, right? Sound controls are these ones right there: rainforest, rain, ocean, forest, and silence. So for those buttons, a sound control, right? Yeah, okay. So for this div, I'm just gonna put it margin top. I'm gonna put it 30 pixels. A little bit gap on the top, and also give a display of flex, making it a flex box. And justify content, I'm gonna put it to center, and also gonna give a gap of 15 pixels with a flex wrap to make it more responsive. Now next is sound button. What I'm gonna do is give sound button. So this is all of our, sound buttons, So for the background, I'm gonna give almost the same. I think most of it will be just like these. I'm gonna have a slight modification though. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy that and paste it right here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is give a slighter less font. Also gonna give it I don't know, 0.1, a little bit more lighter. I'm gonna give a RGBA, again, a lighter thing. Also gonna put a lot less padding, that is 10 pixels. I'm just gonna do 10 and 20, just like that. Boom. Right? The flex wrap is actually doing its thing. Now for the border radius, I'm just gonna put it 25. I think it's too much. Right? And next, I'm just gonna a sound button, right? Yeah. So for font weight, I'm not gonna put any font weight here. It's gonna give same, and blur should be a little less, I think. Yeah, okay. So that's our sound button. The next is our sound.hover and sound hover, and I'm gonna give a sound button.active. They'll have the same thing right here. I'm just gonna do background of RGBA. We have this one right here, and go color of white. And I'm also gonna give a transform to translate at y negative minus not 1 but -1. Okay, that's another thing. Now next is the dot timer display. So this will basically be the timer. I'm not going to do too crazy here. I'm just going to do color, do RGBA. I'm just going to put it this one. I'll put it to 1. Actually a little bit brighter. I think it's too light. There we go. I'm just gonna put 0.9. And for the font size, I'm gonna give a bigger font size, and that is 1.1 rem. There we go. I'm gonna give a margin top of 20 pixels. Also having a font weight of 300. There we go. That's our UI. Now for the responsive part, I'm gonna use media queries obviously, and I'm gonna do max width for I think 480. I don't think I need to do for 640 because it's already too small. For this, I'm just gonna call the container. For container, I'm just gonna do padding 40 pixels and 20 pixels, and I'm gonna do h1. I'm gonna decrease the font size. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit. Font size, I'm gonna do 2 rem. What's the initial, by the way? RT. So initially it was 2.5 rem. I'm gonna decrease it to 2 rem. Yeah. Next is breathing circle. I'm just gonna change the width to 150 pixels. I think, yeah. Another is height. I'm just gonna do it 150 pixels because I think it was initially 400 or 200. How much was it? Yeah, 200 pixels. And do dot controls. I'm just gonna do flex direction to column and do align items to center. Now next to sound controls, do gap. Okay, that should make it responsive. If I do that, let me check if is it responsive. Huh? It is. There we go. So if I just do this, responsive here, put it right. Yeah, and just do like this. I mean, this thin, nobody will have a phone this thin, right? So it is responsive. There we go. That's our CSS. Now for the JavaScript. So we have quite a long JavaScript. So let's start. It'll take a while. Now, next, what I'm gonna do here is first put our initial variables, right? First, do let is breathing. So if it's a state, initially it will be false, obviously, but this is the initial state. If it's, you know, the breathing is happening or not, that is, did the user trigger this breathe button? So next, what I'm gonna do is do breathing interval. That's one variable. Next is timer interval. This is the timer interval, about how long the timer is. And let's start time. This will start the timer. Do let current phase. Do current phase to inhale. Right? Initially we'll have inhale. And do active sound. Initially there will not be any sounds. The user has to select it manually, so initially it will be null. And then do audio context. So this is audio context, and let current audio source. So this is the current audio source that we'll be registering payloads. That is all of our variables. The first function that we're creating is the particles. So this will basically create particles in our web page. I'm gonna do that. Do const container I'm going to call the document.getElement by ID. I'm going to call, actually, what I'm going to do is do query selector, because I just remembered that we used a class, not the ID, and do background particles. And this, and do for, and do let I equals 0 initially, and it will go to around 20 particles, I guess. That should be enough. And next, I'm just going to do that. Do const particle. I'm going to do equals to document dot create element. This will basically create an element. We'll create a div here. This will basically create a div. Okay, you have to understand that. And I'm going to do particle dot class name. If I do, let's say, I do console I do console.log and do particle and call this function here and go to here. As you can see, it creates 20 of these particles, not particles, the divs. So you have to understand that. Okay, well, basically it's basically creating a DOM of divs, the div DOM. Next is particle. I'm gonna cut that out, and there we go. So particle dot class name. So this will have a class name of particle, and I have a particle of dot style dot left. I'm gonna do math dot random and around like 100 plus %. There you go. I'm going to do particle dot style dot animation delay. This is animation delay, and do math dot random and do that and do 8 plus 8 seconds. So that is our, animation delay. And do particle.style again. I'm just gonna actually since it's responsive, I'm just gonna do that and do that. So this will basically be the animation duration. Just change that to animation duration. And this time I will do, here what I'm gonna do is put, this will be the same, and inside this will be another, another calculation for 8 plus math random into, this time it will be 4. And the container dot append child particle. This will basically append the particle. There we go. Next function that we'll be building is the audio. So I'm going to do function init audio. So we'll basically check if the audios, basically check the context of the audio, and it will basically be just like that. And inside this, if audio context, if the audio context is, if it exists, if it does not exist, we'll basically check if audio context equals to new. If there is no audio context, we'll just say new window dot audio context or we'll do window dot webkit do webkit audio. There we go. Do that, and there we go. Okay, so I think that should be fine. So next is the create sound. So this will basically create our sound, as the name suggests. Obviously, to do that, I'm just going to pass a type of the sound, which will be either it's ocean, you know, the ocean, rainforest, all of that stuff. If first I'll check if the audio context is now, you know, there is no audio context. If there's no audio context, it will just return because it will return null. Because, you know, it will not make sense of the what type of audio context I'm using right now. Next is const buffer size. So this likes to be our buffer size. Use the camel casing here and do audio context dot sample rate. So for the sample rate, oops, it's not the audio sample rate. I'm just gonna do times 2 here. Do const buffer equals to audio context dot create buffer. I'm gonna do 1 buffer size. I'm also gonna do audio context dot sample rate. There we go. So next is const data. I'm gonna do buffer dot get channel data. We'll basically get the channel data. Oops. There we go. After that, after making all of our variables, now we'll use the switch case, make this easier and faster. I'm going to do type. So initially, if in the case of rain, what I'm going to do is put for, I type font. So let's do I equals 0. Also have I is less than buffer size, and also give I plus plus. After this, what I'm going to do is do data, take the index of that, and just put math.random and multiply it by 2, give 1. And that is multiply the whole thing by 0.3. There we go. That's our thing. Now next, for the same thing, what I'm gonna do here is for the case of, actually I forgot to break, so I'm just gonna quickly break here. For the case of ocean, what I'm gonna do here is for let I equals 0 basically have the same thing. I'm just gonna actually copy this, but this will basically have the same thing, but they'll have different of these. I'll basically change that. So first I'm gonna do wave 1. So wave 1 will basically be mat.sign. We'll have a 2. This is basically a complex formula to, you know, produce the sound. Do math.pi times 0.1 times I divided by the audio context dot sample rate. And do that. Now we'll basically have the same thing, but change it we'll just change it slightly, okay? But yeah, so this will basically have that, and this time this will be a noise, and instead of that I'm just gonna do 0.1, and I think it should stay just like that. Now for the second wave, what I'm gonna do here is just change this to 0.05, and another thing will stay just like that, and I don't need this one. Yeah, there we go. So that is our wave. And lastly, I'm just gonna do data dot not 1 I equals to wave 1 plus wave 1 plus wave 2, and just multiply that by 0.3 and plus noise. There we go. That's our ocean. Now for the forest, right? For the forest, I think I will basically have the similar thing. I'm just gonna copy this case. I forgot to break again. Don't forget to break, guys. Breaking is very important. I'm just gonna copy this, paste it. Now this is for the forest. I'm just gonna have the same thing. But obviously will not have wave and noise. Now for this, what I'm gonna do actually, I'm just gonna cut these two. I don't think we need these two. Noise will be simple. This time we will call it sample, and this formula will be the same. It will just be 0.2 instead of 0.1. And have, if I do that, I'll just change that to, we'll have a if statement here. Okay, I'm gonna put in statement saying random. We'll have an if statement that is math.random that will be less than or around 0.01. And we'll do sample equals to math.sign. Wait, give me a second, guys. The math.sign do that. Okay, 2 times math. We need pi here. We'll do that and just put it just like that, saying 800 plus math.random and do 400. We'll do times 400. There we go. And multiply the whole thing by I divided by audio context. And for the sample rate, multiply the whole thing by 0.1. That will be our formula to calculate the sample. And after that, this will basically change to sample. There we go. We'll break it, and after all of that, we'll basically return buffer. There we go. I think it should be fine. Now that is that function create sound. The next function that we'll be creating is the toggle sound. Right? That'll have a sound type as a parameter. And this will basically say that document.get query selector all. Query selector all of the sound button. We'll use for each. We'll do for each button. We'll do button.class. We'll add. Actually, I will remove button.classless.remove. If there is active, we'll basically remove all of the active sound button. And if current audio source is, if there is a current audio source, it will basically change the current audio source to stop. There we go. Also have a create audio source. Current audio source. Okay, I was gonna say why is it not showing? Not null. There we go. That will be our thing. Now, what if the sound type is silent, right? Always have to put that in. So we'll do sound type is silence. If it's silence or active sound is equals to sound type, then I will basically active sound will just put it to null and then return. So after this, we just put the active sound equals to sound type and then do event dot target dot class list is, we'll just add active just like that. And if there is new sound, reading no start new sound. We'll basically do sound type is not equals to silence. We'll basically do play ambient sound. This is another one of the functions that we'll be creating, guys, don't worry. We'll just basically play the ambient sound to sound type. There we go. We'll do function. We'll make the play ambient sound now. This will have a parameter type being with sound. We'll call the init audio function here to check if the audio context is available. After that, we'll basically do const buffer equals to create sound, and we'll do type, and if buffer is like if it returns null or undefined, anything like that, then I'll just return from the function. And now for the current audio source, now next is, I'm just gonna do audio context to create buffer source, just like that, and current audio source dot buffer is equals to buffer. There we go. And current audio source dot loop equals to true. There we go. After this, I'm just gonna add a filter and do filter. I'm gonna make a variable called filter. It'll basically make a filter saying audio context dot create by quad filter. That should be fine. Now next is filter type, and do filter dot type equals to low pass, and I'm gonna do filter dot frequency. I'm gonna set the frequency to value at time. I'm just gonna do type equals to rain. I'm gonna do 8,000 and do type. Oops, I meant this, and we'll use a Turner operator saying using if rain equals to type, then set it to 8,000. If rain is equals to type is equals to ocean. What am I saying? Ocean, then put 500 or put 3,000. We'll basically set if it's for us. Okay. And I'm gonna do here is do audio context dot current time. There we go. I'll be set the current time of that thing. Now do const gain node. For the if you want to gain node, I'll just do audio context dot create gain, right, and do gain node dot gain equals to set value at time. I'm gonna give 0.3 and do audio context dot current time. There we go. Now the current audio source dot connect, and then I'm going to do filter just like that. I'm going to do filter dot connect with the gain node. I'm going to do gain node dot connect, do audio context dot destination. There you go. And the current, at last I'm just going to do current audio. I'm going to start the current audio source. There you go. So that will play the ambient sound. Now next is toggle breathing. So this will basically say if pause or active. I'm just gonna do, if breathing is toggled, I'm gonna do toggle breathing. Make sure if I put the same thing, I'm just gonna copy just in case. Yep, it's the same thing. I'm gonna do const circle equals to document dot get element by ID. I'm gonna get the breathing circle, just like that. Okay. I'm just gonna now copy paste this 2 times. The second one is instructions, right? And the third one is play button. Now again, this is the instruction, and this one is play button. Now hopefully I put the correct thing. Yep, should be fine. Oh, there we go. There we go. I already messed up. See, that's why you check. I messed up the spelling there. It would have just resulted in null. So good thing I checked. Now, if is breathing, so if it's false, I'm going to do start breathing, right? Do start breathing. I'm going to make the function in a bit. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to do play button dot text content equals to pause, right? And I'm going to do play button dot class list to add the active, just like that. And do else if I'm just gonna do stop breathing. If it's toggle and is breathing is returning false, I'm just gonna do if it's returning true, then it will basically, it will stop the breathing, and do play button dot text content. I'm gonna change the text content start again, and do play button dot class list when it's remove the active, just like that. That's our start breathing. Okay, no, not toggle breathing. We have to make this function right there, these two functions, that is a start breathing and stop breathing. Am I right? So for the start breathing, what I'm gonna do is make a function of start breathing. I'm going to do if first check and set the is breathing to true, right? Because it has to be true. After I'm going to do start breathing equals to date dot now. Now it will give the current date, and do const circle equals to document document dot get element by ID. I'm going to get this circle breathing circle, get the const instruction equals to, I'm going to get the instruction, that is document given ID, get the instruction just like that, and I'm just going to do circle dot classless dot add. I'm going to add the breathing animation. So basically, add the breathing animate. I can mess up the spelling. That's breathe animate. I'm gonna set the active to. There we go. And also do instructions dot classless dot add. I'm gonna add the active to this thing there. And we're basically starting that, and do start timer. Call the start timer. We'll make the timer function. Don't worry. Also do start breathing cycle. We'll also make this function. Don't worry. But I'm just calling it for now. We haven't made these two functions. That is for the start breathing. For the stop breathing, it is similar as this. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. So for the stop breathing, right, initially this will be false, it's the exact opposite. I'm going to call, I don't need the date because we are not doing anything here. I'm going to call the circle and the instruction again because this is, local variables. And here this will basically remove these. Basically we are just, it's basically opposite of stop breathing, obviously. You gotta remove that too for the instructions. And instead of these two functions, I'm just gonna say if breathing interval is returning true, I'm just gonna clear interval and do breathing interval. There we go. And if timer interval, I'm just gonna clear interval is timer interval. There we go. That is our function of stop breathing. Now next is start breathing cycle. I'm just gonna make function start breathing cycle. We haven't made this function, so I'm gonna quickly create it. I'm gonna do update instructions. So this is another function that we'll be creating. Update instructions. After this, we'll be creating just after this, don't worry. I'm gonna do breathing interval equals to set interval. I'm gonna do make an arrow function here saying current phase equals to current phase. So this will basically have three of the things. That either it can equal to inhale. If it's inhale, just do hold. Right, just I'm just gonna put it to hold, and either that or current phase. I'm just gonna copy this 3 times here, just like that. It can either do inhale or hold. If it's hold, then do exhale, and if it's exhale, then do rest. And if it's that, then just do inhale and go back to inhale, just like that. And they'll basically kind of a loop, and we should be good. And also after that, I'm gonna update the update instructions, just like that, and just call the with a delay of 2 seconds every time, and just do a format document. There we go. So that's our start breathing cycle. Now for the function of update instructions, this will basically be a very easy that I'm just gonna call the instructions just like that. So basically give instruction, and I'm gonna, for giving instructions, the message that will be the instruction messages, I'm just gonna put it at object, saying if it's inhale, then it will say breathe in slowly, just like that. I'm gonna copy this quite a bit of times, like that. I can also do this. So this is inhale, hold, exhale, and rest. That is, the second one is hold, right? So this will say hold your breath. I misspelled. And for exhale, so you'll basically say breathe out. I guess slowly is kind of weird, so I'm going to put gently. And next is rest. It will say rest and prepare. There we go. That's our that. And the instructions dot text content, I'm basically gonna input this messages in the current phase. There we go. As our update instructions. Now we are almost done, honestly. Now next is we'll make the start timer function. Start timer function. and do timer interval equals to set interval. I'm gonna do this and do const elapse for, oops, I'm gonna do lapse for lapse. I'm gonna make a variable called lapse. We'll basically put the current time equals to, I'm gonna do math.floor, basically round the thing. Do inside this, I'm gonna do date.now. This will basically give the current date and subtracted by start time and divided by 1000. Go and const minutes. I'm just gonna do math.floor and do elapse divided by 60 because this is in seconds. I'm gonna change it to minutes. I don't think it's seconds, so basically in Unix time, but yeah. And so this is in seconds, not that. Seconds. So here I'll basically say I don't need floor here and do elapse, and I'm just gonna use the modulo operator and do document.getElbind by ID and do timer and put the text content here as do, I think I'll use a backtick here. Give me a second. But first, I'm gonna put the delay of 1000 milliseconds here, and inside this, what I'm gonna do is give a backtick. This will basically be thing. So I'm just gonna do minutes. I'm gonna change it to string because that's an integer right now, and also do pad start. I'm gonna get 2 and 0. I'm also gonna do next is that, and also gonna, well, that's for the minutes, right? Now next is for seconds. I'm gonna do seconds dot toString, it's the same thing. toString, to do pad start and do 2 and 0, just like that. It'll basically show minutes and seconds. Yeah, this is basically a simplified version of this. No? Yeah, I think that should be done. I'm just gonna format the document just like that. Okay, for the reset, so for this, that was for the start timer. That's it for reset session that reset will create. Hopefully, I think that is the current pronunciation. I'm just gonna copy just in case. The same thing, okay. So for that, I'm just gonna call the stop breathing first here. Also do document.getElement by ID and do timer.textContent equals to 0. I'm gonna reset that to that, obviously. Also gonna do document. Actually, I'm just gonna copy paste this 2 times. This will be instruction and change that to click the circle to begin. That is the initial message. And also gonna put it to start, which is the play button. I'm gonna do the current phase to inhale, and after that I'm gonna create the create particle sound. I'm also gonna do toggle sound. I'm gonna put it to silent initially because unless the user actually picks it, it will put that. So with that, I think it should be done. Okay, so let's see if it works. Yep, it does work, as you can see. I don't think there is anything that is not working here. Do that, and yeah, I think it should be fine. Okay, so let's check it. I'm gonna click start. Either you can click start, it pauses, as you can see, it paused mid. Reset basically clears everything, and if I do that and just put that, okay, the sounds are not working. Okay, we have to make sure that works. First, give me a second here. Let's see what is mistake here. So I'm just gonna, so for the audio, right? I'm just gonna go to create sound, check if I did something mistake here. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That is null. Nothing I need to do is, no, if I don't think that will work. It's not working still. That's weird. Now next, what I can do, I can go to, because it's ambient sound, right? So I'm gonna do init audio, correct for sound buffer if the that audio source, go to audio dot context buffer source, current audio source buffer, yeah, okay, current audio source dot loop is equals to true. Cons filter audio context by quality. Okay. Let's see if it works now. Okay, it does. Ah, my ears! Oh my god. Okay. It's like those radio sounds. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, the ocean one's pretty good. I'm glad we did that good. Okay, forest does not do anything. That's weird. But I think that should be fine. The ocean one works. And I'm just gonna do, I'm gonna put silence and breathe with me, guys. Breathe with me. Yep, it works. I hope you enjoyed the video. Like, if you did, I'm gonna do the outro with this ocean sound. So that was the breathing app. If you liked it, hit the like button and subscribe to the stream. Not to the stream, to the channel. Well, like the stream if you enjoyed me coding. And yeah, with that said, I'll see you guys in another stream or another video. Okay, bye bye. Let's get started with the project. So I've already made a index.html file here. So I'm just gonna, make our boilerplate, the usual stuff. So here what I'm gonna do is just name this AI image generator. I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna make two style.css and script.js file, just like that, and link our, style.css and our script.js file, just like that. So that's our, I'm also gonna, what, the port's now forcing this will, that didn't work. Okay, so I'm just gonna start my port one more time. There we go. There we go. So that's our thing. Let's start the actual, project. I'm gonna make a div that is container, as always, just like that. Inside this container, I'm gonna make another div saying header, and inside that, I'm gonna make a h1 tag that says AI image generator, just like that. That will be our header for, the project name. And I'm just gonna type random stuff saying create stunning images from text prompts using AI. There we go. That will be our description. Now I'm gonna add only that to header. I don't think it needs anything else. So yeah. So I'll make another div that's saying generator section. So this will be the actual, div or section. You can also make section, but it's easier for me to make divs. So it's not good for SEO though. Okay, you have to make your websites more semantic. So here what I'm gonna do is just give a class saying generator section, and inside this, I'm just gonna make a div of input group. So this will be a kind of a grouped div that will wrap the um, prompting input field and the label. So first I'm just gonna make a label, and I'm just gonna say prompt, and here I'm just gonna say enter your image description, right? Just like that. Now next I'm just gonna make a, so usually you could make it a input field, but I want to make mine as a text area because it looks more bigger and cooler in my opinion. I'm just gonna do that. So the first thing, I don't need a name. I'm just what I do need is a class for styling. So I'm just gonna do prompt input. I also need a ID to call this DOM from JavaScript. So I'm just gonna say something like prompt, I guess. Yeah. It also connects this label to this text area. So yeah. And I'm also gonna type placeholder saying describe the image you want to generate. Did I spell it right? Generate. Yep. I'm just gonna add something like example. I can just say like man walking down the streets. There we go. I'll just put that. So that, oops, okay. That will be our text area. After this will be our controls div. So what I'm going to do is make a div called controls. This will be all of our controls. Our art style will control our resolution and our quality and all of the other stuff. Oh my god, I cannot speak. So over here, what I'm going to do is do control dash group. By the way, guys, if you want to keep watching our videos, I highly recommend you also check out our website, that is coding.com, which again, a lot of people have been asking where is the code, and we want the code to your from code of your streams, right? After the stream ends, it's usually inside a description. If I forget, that's a completely different story. But I highly I always make sure to put the code in the description. It'll be a coding labs, which is our website, by the way. I recommend you check that out. It is our website, and it can store the code and let other people watch it. You can share your code with others. So if you want to check it out, link will be in the video description. And yeah, if you want the code to this, it will be in the description after the stream ends, after like 10 or 15 minutes or so. So I want you guys to let you know that. So after that is the label. So I'm just gonna make it style. So this will just for be the style. This by style I didn't mean the style. This will be the art style. Okay, don't get confused, guys. This is for the art style. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a drop down. So here what I'm gonna do is give this a ID. I don't need name as always. I'll give the ID of style and also give a class of control input. Okay, control input. And after that, inside this select tag, obviously, we normally make drop downs like this, right? What I'm gonna do is give an option for value. I'm just gonna make it realistic. So here, and I'm also gonna change this. I actually what I'm gonna do is, for making my life easier, I'm gonna do a bunch of things. There we go. So the first one is realistic, I think. Realistic, I'm also gonna copy that, paste it right here, just like that. And next one I can make artistic. I almost said autistic, my tongue slipped. Oops. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it, guys. I think I said that, but like, yeah. I didn't mean it. So cartoon, what I'm gonna do is put that there. I meant to say artistic. So after cartoon, what I'm going to do is do abstract. You know, it's just a bunch of art style that you can you can use other AIs to generate. We want to generate from our own AI. Not from own AI, we'll be using API. We'll be using a free image pollination API. So yeah, I'm just going to do cyberpunk. This will be another art style that we'll be using. It's not the game though. Oh, guys, do you love cyberpunk? So the last one is vintage. There we go. So that'll be all of our art style for the art style. And for now, I'm just gonna copy this. Right? I'm just gonna copy this. So this will be all of our drop downs. Why is other not showing? Hello? Did I mess up something? Oh wow. Okay, that's interesting. I'm just gonna restart the port, just like that. There we go. Okay. It was kind of bugging out, I guess. That's fine. I think it's control group, so I'm just gonna copy this and paste it a bunch of times because it's essentially the same thing. So we're just making that one will be for resolution, this one will be for, I think, quality, and this will be for number of images. And I think that should be fine. I think that's enough of things. Right now I have to edit all of these, so let's get started with that, I guess. The first one in art style. The second one, I'm just gonna make it resolutions, just like that. Type resolution. And for I'm just gonna do resolution. And ID, I have to change it to resolution as well. And what I'm gonna do, because if I click on this art style right here, this will focus on that drop down, as you can see. So after that, what I'm going to do is, we don't need these many options for resolutions. I'm just going to cut a few of these. I'm just going to keep 4, and the first resolution will be 512 into 512, just like that. That will be our first resolution. I'm going to copy this, paste right here, and do that, right? And the second one will be for 768 times 768. Right, I'm just gonna copy that, paste it right here, just like that. And for cartoon, I'm just gonna do 1024 into times 1024, and also do the same. I'm just gonna copy that, paste it right here, put some spaces. Yeah, that's it. Now next is for dots. I'm just gonna do 1536 times 1024. So yeah, so that will be our final resolution. And so I'm just gonna put that. So that's our another resolution control div. So for the third one, which will be quality, I'm just gonna quickly change that to quality. Change this to quality as well. Paste that here. So for this, I don't need 6 of them. I just need 3 of them. So I'm just going to cut other trees. So it will have a very generic. That will be standard. That will be high. That will be ultra. That will be all of the things that we need. And I'm just going to paste it right there, just like that. Just like that. And I'm just gonna capitalize these things just like that. And yeah, that's it. So last control group that we'll be using is number of images. So here I also, again, I think only need 3 of these. I'll just have 2 images. Either have couple of options: 1 image, 2 image, and probably 4 image. And yeah, so now I'm just gonna change it to count. Paste that here. I'm gonna change that to number of images, just like that. And yeah, I'm just gonna 1, 2, probably 4. And I'm just gonna do 1, 2, 4, and I'm just gonna type image. And yeah, I'm just gonna cut this plural because 1 is not plural, right? After that, I think we're done with our control div. So I'm just gonna check. Yep, I'm done with my control div. Now next thing that we'll be making is the button that generates all of the things, right? So I'm gonna do is make a button that has a class, because I need a class, right? This will have a class of generate button, just like that, an ID of generate button, just like that. And inside this button, I'm gonna make a toSpan tag, just like that. Oops. I'm gonna make a toSpan tag, which will basically, the first one will just be loading, so it will not have anything, which will basically change it from CSS. I'm just gonna do a loading spinner. And the second one is the generate image. Images. You can also use icons, by the way. And also do bpn text. There we go. That's our button, right? Okay, I think I put it outside. That's okay, so I meant to put the button inside the thing. So there we go. Because it's still our control button, right? For the last thing that I want to, make is the results section. Now we also need the results section to show the generated image, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a div that has a results section, just like that, and I'm gonna make a div of a class saying results header. So this will be our results header. And I'm just gonna type some things called generated image, I guess, or images, because we have multiple image. And at last I'm just gonna make a results div, which will basically have a div called placeholder of a class, and I'm just gonna import a image or SVG file. This will basically be our image thing. Image icon. You can also use icons again, as I said. And yeah, that should be it. So next is, and under this, I'm gonna make a paragraph tag saying your generated images will appear here. So I'm just gonna do that. And next paragraph tag will basically say enter a. You guys cannot see what I'm typing. That's weird. Enter a prompt above and click generated images. And I'm just gonna say to get started. There we go. And for the styling, I'm gonna add some inline CSS to this. So that will be, the first one will be font size. That will be 0.8 rem. And I'm also gonna do margin top. Guys, if you wanna see projects made in Tailwind, comment down below, because we can also make that happen. If you're sick of me saying or writing in CSS, But if you want, we can do 1 or 2 videos with Tailwind if you want. That's completely doable. Yeah, that's it. I think that's all of our HTML. Let's go ahead and style this using CSS. But before we style it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a HTML structure for our image card. So when our image is generated inside this, right, what it will do is basically have another HTML structure that we'll be creating using JavaScript, right? For that, we need an HTML structure. Now we can also make the HTML structure in JavaScript, but it'll just be more easier to copy and paste there uh, by writing it in HTML, because we have HTML snippets, right? In JavaScript, we will not have HTML snippets, and it will just make the whole thing absolute disaster. Because even if you lose a ankle bracket or even a one quote or a semicolon, the whole thing will not work. So here, what I'm gonna do is basically create a container, right? What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make a div of a class named image container, just like that. And here, what I'm gonna do. So what I'm going to do here, inside this will have its own inline CSS. I'm just going to do style, position relative. This will have a position relative, and also have its overflow to hidden, right? Just like this. And inside this, what I'm going to do is make an image tag. I'm going to do image tag, and here what I'm going to do is have the image tag as image URL. So this will basically be our image URL that we'll be sending through in image AI pollination API, right? So yeah, so in alt, I'm just gonna type generated image and just probably just paste the prompt if the image API fails to generate, right? Now I'm just gonna format the document if it lets. I guess it doesn't. I'm just gonna do style. So style, I'm just gonna do width 100%. I'm also gonna do height 300 pixels. Also gonna do object width cover. Also gonna do border radius. So I'm gonna set to 8 pixel, 8 pixel, 0, 0. There we go. I'm also gonna do transition. For transition, I'm just going to do transform 0.3 seconds at these. Yep, that's it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to format the document just like this, right? And after the style tag, what I'm going to do is set a onload. So when the image is loaded, this will have a style. The style dot opacity, right? This is all style dot opacity. This will have opacity of 1, just like this. And on error, so if this thing fails to load, I'm gonna do this dot parent element dot inner HTML equals to, I'm just gonna set this to div, forgot something. I'm gonna set it to div class. I'm just gonna set to image placeholder, just like this, and close the ankle bracket. Oh, what I'm gonna do here is probably set the thing, and I'm just gonna say failed to generate image and close the div and close that like that. So this will not throw an error in JavaScript, but it's throwing error in there. Don't worry. And the last thing that I need to set is loading equals to, I'm just gonna set it to lazy. And with that said, I think we should be good. And that's our first container, right? Now after the image tag, I'm just gonna give a class. I'm gonna give a class of, I'm gonna make a div and it will have a class of image overlay. So when that image overlay, now for styling, I'm just gonna set the styling to position absolute, which will stay absolute to that, right? I'm gonna have a top 0. I'm just gonna have a left 0. I'm gonna have a right 0. And also bottom 0. Like that. And also have a background of RGBA and have 0, 0, 0, 0.7, just like that. And also have a opacity of 0. Also have I think for the opacity that will be 0, and for the transition I'm just gonna set the transition to opacity 0.3 seconds at ease. Also do this display transition to set it to that. There we go. And next I'm just gonna set to display flex. Also do align item center. If you're wondering why am I doing inline CSS, the thing is when putting this, usually you would use Tailwind, right? But right now we're not using Tailwind, so I just thought of, for this specifically, I would just do inline CSS. Font size, I'm just gonna do 0.5 rem, 0.9 rem, and that will be it. That will be our HTML structure. And inside this HTML structure, what I'm gonna do is have a text called click to view full size. And if I format the document, it should be laid out a little bit better. And after this, which is the main image container, what I'm gonna do is make another div that says image info. So this will be our image info. Inside this, I'm just gonna make another div saying image prompt. Image prompt, and this will basically have the prompt. I'm just gonna say prompt. When using string interpolation in JavaScript, you can basically change this to the given variable and change it dynamically. So I'm just doing it right now. So I can just copy paste it inside that. Okay. So image details, I'm just gonna make 3 span tags. Right, I'm just gonna do ×3. This will make us three of them, just like that. And this will basically have the same thing as this, but have different thing, that is resolution, style, and next is quality. There we go. That is our thing. So after this, right, after this image details, what I'm going to do is make another div, right? And this will have a class of nothing, but we'll have a style. We don't usually need style for like normal CSS because we're basically putting in like inline CSS. So I'm gonna do margin top, and I'm gonna do 0.5 rem. and do display flex. I'm going to do and gap. I'm just going to do 0.5 rem. And inside this, I'm just going to make 2 buttons just like this. I'm going to make 2 buttons, right? And this button will have, basically it will say download. This will basically be our download button. And I'm just going to do on click. When you click it, it will just download image. And this will basically download the image from the image URL. So I'm just going to type image URL. Just like that. It will basically download the image from image URL. Now, there we go. From the same image URL as this one. And also have a prompt. So I'm just going to do is this and have prompt dot substring. We'll basically change it to substring, and it will change it from 0 to 30. I think that should be fine. That is our button functionality. Now for the next thing that I wanted to do is style it. So this will have a style. We'll have flex 1. I also have a padding of 0.5 rem. I'll also have a background of this color. So this will be a kind of a bluish color, just like that. And also have a color, a white, which is a text color. We'll have border none because I don't want any border. We'll have a border radius of 4 pixels and a cursor or pointer. And at last, I have font size. It'll just have 0.8 rem. There we go. That's our download button. Now we'll make another button right here, right? This will basically make it a full screen. Now on click, what I'm gonna do is, instead of this download image, I'm basically gonna say open image model, which will basically be making, don't worry, it will be a function that will be making. There we go. And after this, what I'm gonna do is basically change only a few things. That is, first I'm gonna change that. I'm also gonna have the border run, border radius 4, cursor pointer, and font size to the same thing. I'll change the download text to just view full. Okay. Right. So after making this, if you can see just right over there, just like this, it already has the thing. So what I'm going to do here is I basically need these two image containers. I'm going to Control C. I'm going to make a image card, something like that. I'm basically gonna do backtick and just paste this just like that. Now, as you can see, in JavaScript, it doesn't throw an error. In HTML, it was throwing us an error. I'm just gonna format the document if we can. So with that said, I think we should be fine. Now, if I do Control C, that should disappear. And now we are ready to have our thing, right? Okay, so let's go to our CSS and let's style our AI image generator. So for that, what I'm going to do is just first do the bare essentials that we always do. That is margin 0, padding 0, and we'll do box sizing, border box. And after that is body. So body, I'm just gonna do font family and to Apple System UI, and I'm just gonna cut this because I don't need that, and also gonna cut this in front of it, and that is our font family. Now next is background color. I'm just gonna set the background color to 0000A, one kind of a blackish color. I'm gonna set the color to white because text cannot be visible if they're black in a black background. Minimum height I'll set to 100 VH. If we do 10 VH, it will seem a little bit cluttered. I'm just gonna do 100 VH, and I'm also gonna do line height of 1.6 pixel. There we go. Next is container. What I'm going to do here is do max width. I'm just going to set the max width of the container, which is our main container, to 200 pixels. Also give margin of 0 auto, just like that. And also going to give a padding of 2 rem. Okay. Let's set the header. So header will be text line. I'm going to set it to center. Also going to do margin bottom, so I'm just gonna do 3 rem, right? I'm also gonna do header h1, so this is the h1 of the header. I'm just gonna set the font size to 3 rem. I'm also gonna do font weight to 700. I'm also gonna do margin bottom to 0.5 rem, and I'm also gonna do background to linear gradient to 135 degrees on white plus gray. So that is the color code of that. Makes sense? Now, the thing is, background looks pretty cool, right? Now, I want the actual color of the background inside the text. To do that, I'm going to use WebKit. I'm just going to do background, WebKit background clip to, I'm going to set it to text. And I'm going to do WebKit. Give me a second here. I can now type WebKit. I'm just going to text field color. Once set it to transparent, I'm going to do background clip. I'm going to set it to text. If I do that, the image will have the linear gradient as a color. So after that is the header paragraph, right? Header paragraph, and I'm just gonna set the font size to 1.1 rem. And also gonna set the color to gray. Also gonna set the max width to 600 pixels. And also gonna do margin to 0 and auto. If I do that, that will be changed. Next thing that I need to do is put the style the generator section. So next is background. I'm just gonna set the background to kind of a white. Okay, the generator section should incorporate all of these. So what I'm gonna do here is set the until the generate button. What I'm gonna do here is an HTML section. So our generator section is only taking up this much space, which it is not supposed to only take that much. It should be taking all the way up to here. Now if I do format document, it will take all of that. So that's nice. So small mistake. So that's fine. I'm just gonna do border 1 pixel solid. I'm just gonna do 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. I was basically making a blackish, whitish, and grayish theme, if you get what I'm saying. And once again, guys, if you're watching the videos up until now, I did say this in the beginning of our stream, but thank you so much for 28,000 subscribers. It is absolutely amazing support that you guys have showed, and I highly appreciate it. I'll give padding a 2 rem. I'm also give a margin bottom of 2 rem. So that's our generator section, right? Now this will be generator section, and this will be our normal section, like when image is generated, the results section. So after the input group being this right here, this will basically have a margin bottom of 1.5 rem, pushing other side a little bit down. And next is input group label. What I'm going to do here is set the input group label to block. The reason I'm doing this is it will push the text area down. I'm also going to do margin bottom to like 0.5 rem, just like that. And I'm also going to do font weight. I'm just going to set it to 500. I'm also going to do color. I'm going to do a whitish gray color. Now for the prompt input, which is the actual input area. What I'm going to do is do width. I'm just going to set to 100%. It will basically set the width to 100%. I'm also going to do padding to 1 rem. I'm also going to do background to, I'm just going to set it to 1A, 1A, and 1A. And also going to do border. I'm just going to set to 1 pixel solid. This right here. I'm also going to do border radius. I'm just going to set to 8 pixels. I'm also going to do color. I'll set it to white. And I'm also going to do the font size. I'm going to set to 1 rem. Just like that. And lastly, I'm just going to set the I'm going to set it to vertical when resize. I'm going to do min height minimum. I'm going to set to min height to around 120 pixels, and I'm also going to set the transition to all 0.3 seconds at ease. Now after doing this, what I need to do is just set the focus. I'm going to style the focus now. When the input button is clicked, not input, I guess, text area is clicked, what I'm going to do is have outline to none, and I'm just going to do border. I'm going to set the border to a green, okay, not green, a bluish color. I'm going to set the box shadow to around 0.0 and 3 pixels. I'm going to set the RGBA to around 74, 158, 255, and 0.1 alpha. There we go. Now, if I click it, okay. Okay, I did border. I meant border color. As you can see, it will change the border color to that. Okay. So next is controls. For the controls, since these all of our, we have, I think, 4 of them. Yeah, we have 4 of them. I'm gonna set to display it as grid. I'm gonna set to grid template columns to, let's say, I'm just gonna set to repeat, auto fit, min max to 200 pixels on 1 fraction. Gap to 1 rem, and I'm also going to do margin bottom to 1.5 rem. So for the control group, I'm just going to set to display flex. I'm also going to set to flex direction to column. Oops, flex direction to column. Just like that. I'll set these 2 columns inside this div. And for the control group label, what I'm going to do is just set to margin bottom to 0.5 rem. I'm going to do font size, I'm going to set to 0.9 rem. I'm also going to set the color to this one right here. Yep, I think that should be fine. Now next is the control input. So what I'm going to do for the control input, forgot the dot. There we go. I'm going to set the padding to 0.75 rem. And also going to do background. I'm going to set to and set the border to 1 pixel solid grayish color. There we go. I'm also gonna set the color to white, I guess. Yep, because it's literally invisible. And also gonna do font size. I'm gonna set to 0.9 rem. And I'm gonna set the transition to the same one as always, that is all 0.3 seconds at ease. Yep. I think that should be fine. Now next what I'm gonna do is for focus, when control input is focus, I'm gonna use the pseudo element and I'm just gonna set the outline to none and border color. Border color, I'm just gonna set it to same thing right this. I'm gonna set the box shadow to 0.0, 2 pixels, RGBA to same color like this one. And another thing I forgot to do is to type the border radius. I'm just gonna set to 6 pixels. There we go. Looks cool, looks cool. Now next is generate button. So this is very important. What I'm gonna do is just do, which is this button right here, the generate image button. So here what I'm gonna do is just set few things, that is padding to set to 1 rem and 2 rem. Also gonna do background set to this blue color like this, and I'm also gonna set the color to white. I'm also gonna do border none. I was going to do border radius 8 pixels. I'm also going to do font size 1.1 rem. I was going to do font weight to 600, and also going to do cursor to pointer. I was going to do transition to all 0.3 seconds at ease. I'm going to set the position to relative, and also going to do overflow to hidden. Just like that. That is our generate image button. Now we have almost completed these. We have finished the drop down, the input section, and the generate image button. Now one thing we haven't done is the hover and active. Now this will have 2 states. That is, one is active, and I'm just gonna set next one to hover. Right, the first list I'll be hover. What I'm going to do initially is change the background to something white. It's already in this color, so we cannot do that. So I'll just change it to something lighter, like this. So when we hover over it, it will have a kind of a darkish. And I'm also going to transform to translate at -1, so it will basically come a little bit up when you hover over it, as you can see. And also do box shadow. I'm just gonna set to 4 pixel, 12 pixel, RGBA, the same one as this one. And yeah, we are Gucci. And after that is the active. So I'm just gonna do active. I'm just gonna transform to translate at y at 0, and that will be our active state. There we go. Yeah. So another thing that I forgot to do is disable. So when generating an image, this button right here will be disabled. For that state, what I'm going to do is have the background set to gray, meaning it's not it's not clickable. I'm also going to set the color to something like this, a lightish gray, and I'm also going to do cursor not allowed, making the user, like saying your user that is not allowed. I'm going to do transform none, because that means it can't transform and does not have any state in disabled, right? Also do box shadow none. There you go. That's our disabled state. Now next is loading spinner. What I'm gonna do for the spinner, this will basically be our loading interface. Initially I'm just gonna do display none, but I am gonna comment that out because I need to check the thing. The next is 20 pixels. I'm gonna set the width to 20 pixels. Height, I'm just gonna set it to 20 pixels as well. Also gonna do border. Set the border to 2 pixels solid. 40, just like this. And here, what I'm going to do is this one right here. This is the loading text right there, right? And also gonna set the border top to around 2 pixels solid. I'm just gonna set it to white color like this, and also gonna if I do display block, now you can actually see the thing here. This will basically have a animation. I'm just gonna set it to spin 1 second linear infinite, right? And since it's a loading button, it's also need a border radius of 50 pixels, just like that, and a margin right of 0.5 rem, just like that. And I'm also gonna set the keyframes of identifier. I'm just gonna set it to spin, and there we go. For this, what I'm gonna do, initially at 0%, it will basically have, from 0%, it will transform to rotate at 0 degrees. It will start from 0 degrees. We'll start from 0 degrees, 0 degrees to 100, and it will move to 360. Now it will spin just like this. You can see there. And yeah, that is how it's gonna do, right? Now, next is I'm just gonna cut this block button, and also gonna do display none. It will change it from JavaScript later. And after that is a results section finally. Results section. We still have to make few other HTML structure for our JavaScript. We'll do it when we reach that in JavaScript, okay? So yeah, just letting you know. So after that background, I'm just gonna set to this color right here. For border, I'm just gonna do 1 pixel solid. I'm gonna set to that, I guess, and also gonna do border radius to 12 pixels. And also gonna do padding to rem, and do min height to 400 pixels. Yep, looks clean. Now next is results header. So this thing right here. What I'm gonna do for results header, I'm just gonna set the text line to center, and I'm gonna have a margin bottom of 2 rem. Also gonna do results header and h2. I'm gonna do font size 1.5 rem. Just like that. And do margin bottom to 0.5 rem. Just like that. And also have a color of white. And yeah, that's it. Now for the placeholder, right? What I'm gonna do here is also set, do I need, well, let me check something. If I do text line center, okay, it doesn't work. Give me a second. Results header h2. Okay, there we go. There we go. I guess I messed up the spelling. Now for these, right, the placeholder and placeholder icon. So what I'm gonna do for those is I'm just gonna set the placeholder first to something. This is the container, by the way. So for a container, I'm just gonna set to display flex. Flex direction will be column. Align items will be center. Justify content. Oops. Justify content will be center, and height I'm just gonna set to 300 pixels, and I'm just gonna set the color to the lightish gray color. It suits the thing. Also do text line center. There we go. I think we should be good. For the placeholder icon, however, which is the actual icon, I'm gonna set the width to 64 pixels. And also gonna do height, I'm just gonna set it to 64 pixels as well. And also gonna do margin bottom to 1 rem and opacity set to 0.3, making it really light. There we go. Right, and for the image grid. Now this is the actual image, that is, if the user tends to generate more than one, it will basically give us a grid. So I'm just gonna make it a grid. I'm gonna do grid template columns. I'm gonna do the same, repeat auto fit, and I'm just gonna do min max 300 pixels at 1 fraction. That's it. And between the gap, I'm gonna set the gap to 1.5 rem. Also gonna do margin top at 2 rem. And that is our grid. Now for the .image card, what I'm gonna do is set the background, which is image card. If you're wondering, it's right over, where is it? I think we have to make image card. Can't seem to find it. I think image info. There's some okay, interesting. I guess we have to make it. Don't worry, we'll make it in a bit. Okay, the first one I'm gonna do is just do 1A, 1A, 1A. What I'm gonna do is set the border to 1 pixel solid. I'm just gonna set to gray, and I'm just gonna set the border radius to 8 pixels. I'm also gonna do overflow to, I'm just gonna set it to hidden. I'm also gonna do transition to all 0.3 seconds at ease. There you go. For the image card hover, what I'm gonna do is do transform, translate -2 pixels, set the box shadow to 808 pixels, 24 pixels, RGBA, I'm just gonna set to this one right here. That's when the image is hovered. And for the image placeholder, image placeholder, I'm just going to set the width to 100. I'm just going to set the height to that. I'm also going to do background. I'm going to set to 2 and relatively dark. And I'm also going to set the align items to center, justify contents to center. Color, I'm just going to have this one right here and do font size at 0.9. There we go. That's for the placeholder. And I'm also going to do image info. Padding, I'm just going to set to 1. Yep. So for the image prompt, I'm just going to set the font size to 0.9 rem and set the color to here. And also going to do margin bottom to 0.5 rem. I'm also going to do line height. I'm just going to set to 1.4. There we go. If you're wondering where are all of these, so image card is the development that we have to make. We'll make it in JavaScript using create element. Now for the other three, these are right over here. If I search image and we do image prompt, there we go. There is image info, image prompt, image details. You also have to style the details, and we have other stuff here. Basically, most of the stuff are in this because it actually is the main image card. So that's why I named it image card. So yeah. And for the prompt, so that is image details, right? What I'm gonna do is just do display flex, just like that. I'll do display flex, justify content space between, and do font size 0.8 rem, and I'm just gonna set the color to this. And now for the status images. Now this is the thing that we have to create, so yeah. But we will start it right now. So that is status message. That is if any errors have occurred, then it will basically state the status. And for that, I'm just going to give text line center, and also going to give padding to 1 rem. Also going to give margin to 1 rem and 0. Scroll down a little bit. I'm also going to give border radius to 6 pixels, and also going to give font size to 0.9 rem. There we go. I'm going to format the document just like that. And next is if the image generation is successful. So it will say success message. For that pop-up, I'm just going to give background to RGBA. I'm going to give 34, 197, 94, and 0.1. Also going to give a color of a greenish color. So I'm just going to do 22C55E. So that's a green color. For border, I'm just going to do 1 pixel solid RGBA. I'm just going to set to this. So instead of that, I'm just going to set it to a little bit darker. Just like that. And now for the thing, I'm just going to copy this and paste here. Instead of success, I'm just going to set to error. And here, I'm just going to have 239 will be 68, 68. We'll have 68, 68. And we'll have 239 as well. And instead of this color, this will have EF and quadruple 4. This is a red color, as you can see. And next is status info. Now, the actual information, I'm just going to set the background to something like 74, 158, 255, and 0.1. Now, after that, the color will be bluish color just like that. And for the border, I'm just gonna have 1 pixel RGBA. I'm just gonna copy this because it's the same color, but again, the same trend is it will have 0.2 instead of 0.1. Now we're finally done with our CSS. The only thing I have to do is to media queries. I'm just gonna do max width set to if768. I'm just gonna set the container to padding 1 rem. That's it. For the header h1, I'm just gonna set to font size 2 rem, just like that. And for the controls, what I'm going to do is do grid template column 1 fraction. And for the image grid, what I'm going to do is do div template, the same thing, grid template columns 1 fraction. And with that said, I think our app is done. Let's see if it's, yep, it is responsive, as you can see. And that is our CSS. So let's move on to JavaScript. Now for JavaScript, what I'm gonna do is probably just gonna make it something like this, but this is our first card. I don't want to throw it, so I will move it. I'll move it really down because I will have to start by calling our DOM. So I'm just gonna do prompt input equals to document.get element by ID. I'm just gonna get the prompt, just like that. Now I need couple of these. By couple, I need all. I mean a lot. I'm just gonna call it a bunch of times. So maybe not that many, but yeah. So here I'm just gonna do style select. I'm gonna type style. It's gonna do resolution select. Change that to resolution. What's the resolution? There we go. What am I doing? Okay, that resolution. There we go. My God. This is quality select. I'm just gonna copy that and paste it right here. And I'm also gonna do count select. So I'm just gonna do count select. We have count. There we go. Also, I'm gonna change that to count. Okay, so I need that resolution. That's set to quality. That's set to count. And next I need generate buttons. So I'm just gonna the same name, so I'm just gonna copy and paste it. The next is results div, and also gonna do results here. So, and here this will be loading spinner, and this will be btn text. Now these are what I'm gonna do is instead of that, I'm just gonna select them using query selector all, and I'm gonna do dot loading spinner. So that will give us all of the loading spinner divs. I'm also gonna do query selector, and instead of that, I'm just gonna type btn text. There we go. I think that should be fine. I do btn text. There we go. It'll give us that image. Okay, that's our DOM, right? So initially what I'm going to set a variable is it is generating equals to false. So I'm going to do that, and initially it will be false, and I'm going to put an event listener on the generate image button saying generate images. So this will be a function that will make in a bit. So when you click that, that function will trigger and it will generate the image. But it will only generate the image based on the things, right? Also gonna do prompt input, and I'm gonna set the prompt input to add event listener. I'm gonna set the key press. And here what I'm gonna do is if e.key is equals to enter, what happens is basically central key. I need a central key. I'm just gonna set to generate images. I'm just gonna call that function. Now finally, let's make our generate image function. Generate images. Initially, I need a prompt, right? I'm just gonna do prompt and do prompt input dot value dot, you guys cannot see. So since the response, I'm just gonna set that and just do that. So if initially if prompt does not exist. So initially if the prompt does not exist, if the thing is 0, right, it will basically show status message. So this is another function that we'll be making, that is status message. It'll basically say error, and the error message will be please enter a description for your image, just like that. And after that, what I'm gonna do is just simply return from the function, because there is no point in sitting here anyway if the prompt is not there, like if the prompt does not exist. And if generating is true, then also return from this function. So if it's generating, right, initially it's on false. So if it's false, then it will just say, but when generating, if user types another prompt, then it will basically simply return from the function. Now, after all of that checking, first I'll set the generating to true, because, you know, that makes sense, right? After setting the generating to true, I'm also going to set the generate button to disabled. As I said before, when generating, I will set the disable button. I will set the generate button to disabled, and also going to do loading spinner dot style dot display, not disabled. Display, I'm going to set it to inline block. I'm also going to set the button text to text content equals to generating. So we'll change the image to generate image to generating. So yeah. And after that is I'm just gonna set the results if it has any other image already set. So I'm just gonna set to none. It will clear the previous results if there is any. And if it's not there, we'll just set to empty anyways, right? So status message, again, we'll be making it, don't worry. I'm just gonna set the info. I'm gonna set the image to generating your images. This may take a few moments. Instead, I'm gonna give a user a message, and after that, after generating, I'm just gonna set a timeout. The timeout will be around of I guess 2 seconds. I think 2 seconds will be more than enough. I'm going to set the cost. First, I'm just going to get the image count, right? Image count equals to %, since our image count is in string. So if we go here and just some count select, this is in string, right? It will return a number, but this is a string. But to be fair, this is the entire DOM element, but I'm just saying dot value. So like the value of that count, it's in the string. So I'm going to do parse int. I'm going to do count select dot value because I only need value, right? And I was going to do const select resolution. I'm going to make a new variable called resolution here, and this will have resolution select dot value, just like that, and const style equals to style select dot value, and do const quality equals to quality select dot value. There we go. And again, as I said, it will have a delay of 2 seconds. I will just put that here for now, and let's continue to code the next thing. So next is generate image cards. So this will basically generate image cards. This is a function that we haven't made yet, but we'll make it, don't worry. If I do prompt, and I'll just do prompt image count, and do resolution, and do style and quality. This will be the 5 parameters that need to pass, which is all of these. Okay. So next is, after generating, I'm just going to set the generating to false because the thing is already generated, right? I just format the document here. And if I do generate button to, I'll set to with disabled, which I set the button to disabled, I'm going to set it to false. When do loading spinner dot style. For display, I'm going to set the display to none again. That will make the loading spinner go disappear. And I'm also do button text. Button text, I'm just going to set the text content to generate images, which was it initially, right? Right now it's generated image. Now I was going to set to that, and there we go. I think we're done with that function. Now this is our generate image function, right? You basically generate image. Now next is the actual function that will generate image. So it will be the first it will be a sync function or a synchronous function because we'll call an API. So if I do generate image card, that'll be the name of this function. This will have cover of parameters, that is prompt, count, resolution, style, and quality. So these are the things that we need. Inside this, I'm going to make a image grid first. I'm going to do document dot create element. I'm going to create a div here. I'm going to do image grid dot class name. I did image card, I meant image grid. Image grid dot class name equals to image grid. That will be the class name. And I'm going to start a loop from let I equals to 0 initially, and I is less than equals to count, and I is I plus plus. If we do that, and I'm going to do const image card, I'm going to make a new document. I'm going to do a new div, not document. I'm going to create element, and I'm going to do image card dot class name equals to image card. That will set the class name of that to image card. I'm going to make a new variable called enhanced prompt. Yep. And here I'm just gonna set to I needed to use a backtick there. Do prompt, right? Prompt style, and I'm just gonna do style here. High quality. This is the actual prompt that will be sending it to the API. And do detailed. Okay. Just like this. And I'm also going to do after that is the actual API. So this will be the API that we'll be making. I'm just going to do image URL equals to, for the URL, I have a URL right over here. I'm just going to use it. Just like that. If you want the link to this code, it will be down in the description after the stream ends. Okay, I'll put the link to this code down in the description, or I'll just pin it in the comment section so you can check that out. So here I'm just gonna do that, and now I'm just gonna do image card.inner.html. Now remember the thing that we made. Yes. Remember this thing that we made? Yeah, we're just basically just copy and pasting it. Just like this. Okay. So that is our thing. I'm just gonna format the document. And here I'm just gonna cut this because we don't need this anymore. And after this thing ends, now the place of image card dot add event listener, and if we do mouse enter, so that means if mouse hovers over that image, what happens is it basically just undo const overlay. It will basically show the overlay to image. Okay, there we go. When do image card dot query selector, I'm going to select the image overlay, right? And if overlay is there, if overlay exists, I'm just going to do overlay.style.opacity and set that to 1. There we go. The next event listener that we need to make is the mouse leave. So one is mouse enter, another is mouse leave. If that happens, it will take the DOM element and set the opacity to 0. Okay? Makes sense? And after that, what I'm gonna do is do image grid dot append child. I'm gonna append image card, so that will append the thing into the image grid. And after that, I'm just gonna do results div dot append child. I'm gonna append the image grid, just like that. Now that is the image generation or generate image cards div or function. Why am I saying divs? These are not divs, they're functions. So next is the showStatus function, the showStatus message function. So this will have two parameters, that is type and message. If you look right here, when we use the show message thing, if it has two parameters, one is info and another is actual message. So what I'm going to do here is for this, I'm going to make a constant variable that is existing message. So if there are any other message in that div that is status message, right? If there are any of those divs, then I'll basically just remove that first. So first I need to select that. I'm just going to do status message, just like that. And if existing message works, existing message dot, I'll basically remove it. Just like that. So after that, I'm going to do status. So what I'm going to do is just do status div equals to document dot create element. I'm going to create a div, and here what I'm just going to do is status div dot class name. I'm going to do class name, and I'm just going to set the class name to status message status, and do status type here, just like that. And I'm also going to do status div dot text content equals to message, just like that. And next what I'm going to do is do results div dot insert what we're going to do here is just do status div and just do results first child. There we go. Yeah, that's it. Now next is what I'm going to do here is if type equals to success. So we are basically differentiating if these type are different messages, right? If type equals to success or type equals to info, what I'm going to do is like this type right here. What I'm going to do is set a timeout of if status div is parent node. If the parent node exists, I'll just do status div dot remove. After showing the actual message, it will go down after 5 seconds. So that is the thing. And yeah, that should be all. So we have few other things that we need to make. So let's quickly make it. Next is sample prompts that we'll basically have. What I'm gonna do here is after this function, I'm gonna make a variable, right? This will be our sample prompts. I'm just gonna do that. This will be array of sample prompts that will think. So I have a bunch of sample prompts here, so I'm just gonna copy paste them here. They're basically normal prompts, as you can see, a futuristic robot sitting in a cozy library and reading a book. So these are sample prompts. If you want the code, it will be down in description after the stream ends. If the stream is still up, then you'll not see the link in description. But after the stream ends, it will be down in the description if you want to check it out. It will be the link to our coding labs, which is our website. Again, if you want to check that out, link will be in the video description. We have other compilers in our website if you want to learn Java, Python, C++, C, or even C#. So yeah, shameless plugin, but you know, gotta do sometimes in life. So next is document. So I will add a thing on the document if to listen to a click. In our website, I'm basically putting an event listener for a click. Now, if there is a click, right? And if we do e.target the closest to placeholder. So if the thing is close to the placeholder and prompt input dot value dot trim exist. Right? If these two conditions are satisfied, I'm just gonna basically do random prompt. We'll basically select a random prompt from our sample prompts, and I'll do math.floor and do math.random and just select sample prompts $length, just like that. Next is prompt input dot value equals to random prompt. I was going to do prompt input dot focus. There we go. Now the next thing that we need to make is to put our function, our download image function. Now, if you remember correctly, we did make a download image function, like download image button, right? Now, this will basically make sure that image is downloaded. So this will take two parameters, that is image URL and file name, just like that. And basically, I'll do const link equals to document.create element. I'll create element A. I'm going to do link.href equals to image URL and do link dot download equals to AI generated. Just do file name dot replace. I'm just gonna do some. So this is basically our thing. So I'm just gonna do e dash z09 -9. I forgot what this is called. Should do that. And I'm also gonna set it to that on a hyphen. And here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna set that to lower case dot jpg. So this will download this image from the download button from the image URL, and I'm just going to set the document dot body dot append child. I'm just going to append it to link, and I'm just going to set link dot click and document dot body dot remove child is, I'm just going to set the link. That's our download image function, right? So now next is the image open model. So this will basically be the pop-up when, you know, on the thing. So what I'm gonna do is open image model. So I'm just gonna set the image URL and prompt. And after that, I'm just gonna do const model equals to document dot create element, and this will create element called div, and do model dot style dot css text. I'm just gonna set the css. So this is our css. So first is I'm just gonna set the position to fixed. Now here what I'm gonna do is go to CSS and basically have random thing saying input, right? And I have random things, and basically write all of the CSS here. What I'll do is I'll have the feature of emits, basically make my life easier. I'm going to do top 0, left 0. I'm basically writing the dummy CSS here. I'm just going to copy paste it onto our JavaScript. That's what I'm trying to do, because I can use emits here, while in JavaScript I cannot because it's inside a string. So next is height 100% width 100%. For background, I'm just going to set it to RGBA instead of 0. I'm just going to set to 0.9, just like that. Set the display to flex. I'm going to set the align items to center, justify content to center, and Z index, I'm going to set it to 1000, and we'll set the cursor to pointer. Right, this is the CSS for that. Now I'm going to copy this, paste it right here. I'm going to format the document, and there we go, just like that. I think we should be fine. Right, okay. So next thing that I need to make is the model for the element. So this is HTML structure. I'm gonna make the HTML structure here, just like that. I'm gonna make a div. This will have no classes because we'll basically be using inline CSS. For max width, I'm just gonna put it to 90%, and max height, I'm gonna set it to 90% as well. And here, what I'm gonna do, it should appear somewhere right here. And I'm just gonna set the position to relative. Inside this div, I'm gonna make a image tag, which will have a source of image URL, and I don't think we need alt here, but it will have a style of max width 100%, and also have a max height of 100%, also have a object width of contain, and a border radius of 8 pixels. After doing that, I'm gonna make a div again with no style, but no class, but style of position absolute. So basically it will set absolute to its parent node or parent element. And now I'm going to set the top to, you can see, I'm going to set the top to 40 pixels, left to 0, right to 0, text line to center, and also going to set the color to white, and font size 0.9. So that's div. So inside this div, I will basically set the prompt. Set the prompt just like that. This will be the prompt. And here I'm just gonna make a button really quick. Right, I'm gonna make a button here. So here button, I'm just gonna make a on click this dot parent element dot parent element dot remove. I'm gonna set that to that. It will basically remove the parent element, and I'm also gonna style this will be position to absolute, and also do I'm just gonna set to top to negative 40 pixels, just like the above one. By the way, this is not 40 pixels, this is top negative 40 pixels. Other one should be right up there. So next, this also has to be 40 pixels negative, and also have right of 0, and background, this will be a reddish background, so I'm just going to use this color right here, and also give color of white, and also have border of none. And next is border radius. I'm just gonna give 50%. Also give width of 30 pixels, height of 30 pixels. Also give cursor pointer, and also give font size 1.2 rem. So that is our button, right? And that is our button. And I'm just gonna copy this and go to our JavaScript. And here I'm just gonna, under this, I'm gonna make a new model dot inner HTML and paste this just like that for my document. And with that said, I think we should be done with this. What I'm not done is setting model dot onClick. So we are basically setting a onClick. So I'm just gonna set it to that. If e dot target, if it's hit, if clicked is the model, I'm just gonna do model dot remove. And remove it just like that. And at last, I'm just gonna do document dot body dot append child, and I'm just gonna append the model. And with that said, I think our thing should be done. I don't need that. I'm just gonna close that. And let's try our AI image generator. So if we do go to inspect, we're not getting any things. So let's try to generate hospital patient. If we do that, click generate. Null properties, reading trim HTML. So at what is that? What it is saying is JavaScript 22. I knew we would run into errors, but yeah, it's just how it is. So let's try to fix this error. So it's saying that prompt value, okay, so we're supposed to do value here. There we go, already messing up. I do hospital patient. And settings display is undefined at 33. Images. So let me see here. Okay. If we go up and okay, so we do that. And now if we do hospital, okay, so it's working. Again, we are getting error. Parse in. Okay. So at 44, okay. There we go. I misspelled the %. I do hospital. And again, if I go here, there we go. Our AI image generator is working. So if I, let's say, sunny day, if we do that, what happens? the beautiful, there we go. The beautiful button is not working. That's a different story. If you download this, I can just download by using that. And yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, it generated another image. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's a sunny day. So I hope you liked our AI image generator. If you did, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And again, I have been saying this all stream, but thank you so much for 28,000 subscribers. It means a lot to me and the coding team. And I hope you will support even more in the future. And with that said, I'll see you guys in another video with another stream or another tutorial. Bye bye.